Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Budget Day 3. I'm going to call our meeting to order, and at this point, invite you to rise and join us in singing "O Canada." And now I'm going to invite Councillor Forder to give us our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, and I'm just going to ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. And looking around the horseshoe for any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In case it comes up, I would have to declare interest on any discussion surrounding the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, as my private business does ongoing work with them. Thank you.
Right on. Okay, thank you very much. Just if it should occur to you at any time during the meeting, please bring any conflict forward or any interest forward. We're going to just divert slightly from our printed agenda because we would like to accommodate the library board chair and the library CEO to present to us. But first, we will move into the public participation part of our meeting. We have only one deputation, so we will probably be able to, deal with the library very shortly. And I just going to remind folks that if a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on the budget, you can do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation need to register in advance with Legislative Services by 4 p.m. of the day before. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. The public can watch this meeting live, by the way, and I think most of you know that by now. The Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel is www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So our deputant today is Betty Spear, and if someone, you've got your mic. Good. If you turn your mic on, Betty, and maybe just bring the mic down a little bit more. There. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Shirley Keaveney, and all councillors and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Betty Spear, and I live just outside Meaford on Georgian Beach Road North. I am fully retired, and this is my primary only residence. I know a lot of time, effort, thought, and discussion went into this budget that you will likely be approving today. I recognize that staff have put hours of work into developing wish lists of needs, wants, and must-haves, reviewing, adding, deleting, changing items. I value the expertise of the new CAO, staff who have been through this process many years, and new staff who bring fresh perspectives to this process. I see that council has carefully reviewed the documents provided to them and researched where they needed further information. I also see that councillors have advocated for certain items that they feel are absolutes. I know the entire budget process is difficult. However, you all seem content, even proud, of delivering a 4.35% tax increase. I stand here today to say that this is not acceptable. Not many people will receive an income increase of 4.35% this year, including your own staff, who you have given a 1% cost of living adjustment. Sorry to the staff, but no, I'm not here to advocate that you should be getting more than that. The cost of almost everything has increased year over year. As of December 2025, groceries are up 5% since December 2024. Allowable rent increases were 2.5% in 2025 and 2.1% in 2026. I know that renters do not pay property taxes, but you can be sure the landlords will be increasing the rent to help with that 4.35% tax increase. Natural gas, electricity, property and automobile insurance, these have all seen significant increases. Along with taxes, the municipal water and wastewater service charges are increasing. Will the different consumption rates help? That remains to be seen. We pay $4 for one bag of garbage to be picked up every 2 weeks, another $104 a year. Oh, wait, well, only $52 this year, since we get one free bag as of July. But anyone with kids in diapers, or incontinent seniors, or anyone with extra medical waste, good luck paying the new cost recovery rates, whatever they end up being. With regards to income, how many employed residents of Meaford do you think will receive 4.35% increases in their wages this year? With regards to income again, the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security increases for 2026 were 2%. This is based on the CPI increase of 2.1%. The OMERS pension, the Ontario Teachers Pension, and Public Service Pension plans increased 2% for 2026. These are the good pensions. Lots didn't see any increases at all. But the residents of Meaford are facing property tax increases of 4.35%. I won't even talk about the additional 4.04% county blended tax increases. Mr. Mayor, you can demonstrate your breakdown by the average assessed value of $273,000 being $117.90 annually and $9.83 monthly. But look back over the years, an increase in property taxes of 30% from 2020 to 2026 is not sustainable. My property taxes just for the municipality have increased $1,278 or 30.47% since I moved to Meaford in late 2019. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and Council, you indicate you would value public input to the budget and wish more people were in attendance, but your meetings are held during work hours. The people most affected by your budget cannot afford to take time off work to attend meetings, or for that matter, to run for council in the upcoming election. The municipality of Meaford provided pre-budget approval of $56,000 for the 25th anniversary of the amalgamation. $56,000. With a budget of, with a population of 12,000, that's $4.67 per person. I'm not against celebrating, but at what cost to the individuals in Meaford? Is there nowhere in the capital budget of $5,309,420 that we couldn't save $194,000 to reduce the proposed increase by 1%? Maybe one tractor this year instead of two. Maybe, since the splash pad is happening this year, the Memorial Park playground upgrades happen in 2027 or 2028. Could savings be found in the splash pad replacement cost of $386,000 to upgrade the washroom doors at McCarroll Park? Maybe the washroom upgrades at William Croft Athletic Field get put off a year, or we live without the gallery kitchen dishwasher and save $11,550. I understand that each year new items come up that require capital funding, and sometimes replacing things sooner rather than later equals cost savings. But I reiterate, we cannot afford a 4.35% tax levy increase. What about the operating budget of $15,464,710? Can we not reduce a little in many areas to reduce the overall increase? Maybe the new staff are phased in, the project manager this year and the manager of engineering next year. Maybe the mailouts are done twice this year instead of 3 times. We need to live within our means, as we all do in our own lives. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My understanding is you could have a further 10 days to amend this budget. Mr. Mayor, I strongly hope that you will consider this.
Thank you very much, Betty, for your input. And it would have been good if we had heard this maybe a little earlier, but at the same time, we have time, as you say. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to then call on Lynn Fascinato, CEO of the library, and Kim Grafton, board chair, for your presentation on the library, which is part of our agenda today. And it's, I think, it's page, Holly, what page is it on? 20. '24, thank you. I'll just this up. Oh, you know what? I think we already moved it right up here. Okay, so there is your slide, Lynn, and go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council, for accommodating Kim Grafton and myself. And I just wanted to mention, if anyone doesn't know this, but we have 2 council reps on our library board, Councillor Forder and Councillor Greenfield. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation today. You can see by the slides that the head count for the Meaford Public Library is not changing in staffing for 2026. I wanted to go through just our operating, our capital, and Chair Grafton will speak of the library board contract as well. I just wanted to mention the capital is $40,000 every year. That has not changed for about 6 years. That covers the replacement of the books. It also covers book repair items. It covers RFID tags as well, and that sort of thing. We've gotten notice from our library vendor who we buy our books from that prices are going up about 5% in 2026, but we will obviously accommodate our purchases to stay within the $40,000 this year. I wanted to mention the expenses. A few items have increased from 2025. One being the IT line that our municipal IT department is responsible for, and I would imagine that is for the new all the departments would help cover those costs. So that would probably be for our new software, financial software, and our new website as well. And also the IT component of the library, because we have a public and a private systems. The library has a lot of we have a lot of technology to run the building. So that's why that budget is quite high compared to some of the other departments. Our salaries have gone up from last year due to the board and I we changed the excuse me, we changed our organizational chart this year to reflect more of the duties of the new library. Our job descriptions didn't change from, they were based on the old library, so we changed them to reflect the duties of our 5 full-time and our 3 part-time members, and also to accommodate the CEO succession plan for retirement. I have I have a lot of the tech services within my job duties. So I'm bringing aboard the tech services coordinator position is coming back for 2026, and that will position the library to serve our public better in the technology going forward. Our hardware software line has gone up from last year. That is the software that runs our library system and our public library system holds our databases and that type of thing. That's gone up $1,000 from last year due to our RFID system. The tags have increased in price. So that was the reason for that. And those are the changes from last year's expenses for the library. I just wanted to say that I've just done our stats for the year, and last year we served over 82,000 customers. So we are a very busy facility within the municipality of Meaford, and I believe that we are a community hub that our 2026 budget reflects the needs for our community. Thank you very much. I'd like to present Kim Grafton, who will talk about the library services contract with the Owen Sound Public Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Good morning, everyone. Mayor Kentner and all our council and staff, I'm delighted to join you and talk about the library. It is close to my heart in this community. To start with, I would like to thank council for their vision and fortitude in supporting the social infrastructure in this community by their support of our library. It is one of the few remaining social spaces that we have that everybody in our community can come to, belong, exist, connect, and communities do exist, but they don't thrive without that social interaction. And the library is the hub of that in our community. You only have to visit any weekday to see it thriving. That said, our library service agreement with the Owen Sound North Grey Union Library is due to be reviewed September of 2026. And we have proactively struck a service agreement committee, which will be meeting in the next week or so to start proactively looking at the agreement, to also look at other options and to discuss and hopefully have something in place when it comes time that the agreement needs renegotiated, or maybe there is some other options available that we haven't thought of outside of that box. But back to that agreement, this year we were approached very late in the day by Owen Sound Library CO and the chair of their board to, they actually presented a 10% increase in the amount. And we declined, and we went back to, I believe it's section 17, paragraph D of the library service agreement, which clearly states any increase in the Union Public Library's annual operating budget shall be limited to 4% per annum. And that is what the board voted on and stayed with. And we were also then approached again for a 5.49 increase. which again, we did decline and we stayed with the 4% as outlined in our agreement. We think that, as other members of the public have said, we have to be fiscally responsible as well. If you have any questions on that, I would be glad to answer them. And before I leave, I would also like to remind you that tomorrow we are celebrating our library's 100th year in this community, and we are having a little celebration. Actually, it's a big celebration at the library, and we would love to see anyone who's free to come and enjoy and have some cake with us. Please, I take any questions that you might have.
Councillors, any questions for Leonard, for Kim? Councillor Greenfield?
Sir, Mayor Kantner, through you to Ms. Grafton. Just a number that perhaps you or Lynn could give council as far as active membership at the Meaford Public Library. I'd only be guessing, but
It's just over 6,000. I'm sorry.
I was going to say 6,600.
Yeah. I know we discussed it in our last or second last meeting, but yeah, it's just over 6,000. Yes. And just something of interest, I also am a ministerial appointee on the provincial library board. So I am immersed in library issues, and across the province, libraries almost without error in their communities, whether it's large cities or very small communities where the library is housed in one room of what serves as their council meeting space or their town offices, are the most visited public space in most communities. They far outmatch the community arenas, and we think hockey is huge and all of those things, but libraries tend to hold their spot in the community, so they are very important for a large number of reasons. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So I'm going to move to the agenda for today. You think I'm not there? Thank you. So today is recap of our first two budget sessions on Monday and Tuesday of this week. We'll be looking at user pay departments, our service partners, and then community funding requests, and then do a final review. And depending on how that goes, we'll look at what the next steps are as far as this budget process is concerned. So the tax levy impact, we've just been talking about that. A 1% change on the total levy is equivalent to approximately $194,000. Currently, the projected municipal tax rate increase based on changes to date is really no change from the 4.35%, I think, that we originally brought to council. And that includes the growth funds that resulted from the increased assessment in the municipality of Meaford over the past year. The estimated blended rate is 4.04%. The average property in Meaford is assessed at $273,000. That's an average. And as we've already been told this morning, that will result in an annual increase of $117.90 or $9.83 per month. There were no changes to the tax levy after February 2nd operating day and February 3rd when we looked at our capital budget. A summary of operating and capital days. The operating budget, a $250,000 one-time ditching to be covered by roads reserve. That was brought forward from council. A $20,000 addition to docks on ice to be covered by economic development reserve. And just a reminder, that is coming up, I believe, in April, and is going to bring a lot of future doctors to the municipality of Meaford. It is our chance to show them that we have a lot going for us in this area, and especially through our hospital facilities. And I think that it will be important for us to show them that this is a very welcoming community. Something I felt that we needed to do for a long time. $10,000 has been budgeted for the Georgian Trail grooming. That will be covered by the other parks reserve. And I have just said for a long time that we are a four-season tourist area, and we are giving up one of the seasons if we don't groom our trail. And this trail, I mean, goes from Meaford to Collingwood. So $10,000 for the Leith and Annan beautification this summer to be covered by the other parks reserve, and $5,000, which I don't think we will really spend that, but it's there as a, I guess, a place marker for the cost of signage at the Lakeview Cemetery, which will be covered by the care and maintenance reserve. On the capital budget, $50,000 was added for upgrades to Leith Beach to be covered from development charges. Any questions or discussion on where we are then at this point? So we go into the user pay budgets, and I wonder if I can get somebody else to, present this. And Valerie, if you would like to, or if somebody else would, just what is user pay?
Through you, Mayor Kentner, user pay is anything that's basically self-funded. So water and wastewater pay for the expenses of water and wastewater. Harbor, any revenues gets fed back into the harbor, and we budget that to reflect a zero tax rate increase. Memorial Park is the same. Building has to be budgeted as a zero budget because it's supposed to pay for itself. And TC Energy, that's on this page because anything we spend on TC, they are reimbursing us for.
Debt repayment summary. This is all debt related to user pay items. Wastewater, $53,000 annually, and that expires in 2027. The Thompson Street work that we did about 2 years ago is not retired until 2037, and that's $99,000. The Nelson Street Booster Station, which was built again about 2 years ago, the outstanding annual payments are $184,874, and that is paid out in 2037. And then water, there's $208,943 outstanding, paid off in 2028. And sewers, the amount outstanding is $53,518, and that is paid out in 2018. Now, when it comes to calculating water and wastewater fees, I'm gonna, whoever wants to tackle this, but it's because it is, there's a lot of copy here, but I think it's important that people understand how these fees are calculated. I'm not seeing many volunteers. Valerie?
The water and the user fees for water and wastewater, we have a flat service monthly fee, and we have a consumption fee. For the last several years, there's been, the increases were 8% annually on both sides. The flat one basically remains the same so that we can cover our expenses, and we try to keep that. The consumption fee this year, we're trying a little different approach and trying to charge the water where the water is being charged is what our thought process is. We do need to keep the fees reasonable because as you know, the cost running a water system and the cost for treatment and the cost for all of those things remain pretty much the same annually. And then you'll have your capital expenses year over year. I might leave it to Tori to explain some of the operations part, but the fees are calculated based on a flat fee and a consumption fee. And we did a lot of work in the fall trying to come up with something that would help out our residents and maybe lower the costs a little bit.
And the next slide, we'll get to that and explain how that works. Was there anything else on the slide that you wanted to mention at all, Tori?
Through your worship, I'm happy just to add to what Director Manning, or sorry, Manager Manning had mentioned regarding how we have changed how the fees are structured. Council did receive a report in 2024 that identified some options of how fees could be structured. And there'll be more information coming with the finalization of the asset management plan to tie those two together. So we have implemented those, that fee structure, and we'll further build out what that looks like in the long term as we continue to work building our asset management plan for all of our infrastructure, but specifically water, wastewater.
Yeah, thank you. I will point out a couple of things here. If there is no consumption at your address during the billing period, the service fee still applies on a monthly basis. And if you're not connected to municipal water and or wastewater, but services are available to your property, there is an infrastructure renewal fee, which is a flat rate. And that flat rate is billed in two cases: properties that have infrastructure fronting their property, but they're not currently hooked up, or properties that have services installed right to their property line and their lot site or their lot sits vacant. So there's a couple of things that for people to understand. It is basically a user fee service, and I think the charges are applied based on that. And we've had some experts speaking to us in presentations over the last number of months, making it perfectly clear to us that until we get more people hooked up to our services, we are going to continue to have significant increases for users. And that's why we're all working so hard to get more development in the municipality. The user fee breakdown for these, is this the one that is going to give us the, I think this is the next slide that gives us the actual analysis of how the more water you consume, the more you will pay. So is there anything on this slide that anyone would like to speak to? Go ahead.
This slide just shows the proposed budget for 2026.
No questions from anybody? So moving on to the water and wastewater fees and a change here. Essentially, we have been committed to a 5% increase in the water service charge and an 8% increase in the wastewater service charge. And this is simply to keep this whole system sustainable. So who would like to just tell people how we are changing the consumption rate? Because that's about the only variable we're able to that you're able as a householder to affect, and also for us to actually provide some relief. So would somebody like to speak to that? Tori, if you wouldn't mind.
Through your worship. So on this slide, you can see a couple of different rates. So on the top tables, you can see there is the 2025 fee and the 2026 fee identified. This is the base rate that each resident connected to the system will be paying each month. And then below in the tables, you can see how then your usage is added on top of that. And so what we have changed from previous years is there is different rates depending on the amount of consumption you have. So for the first 10 meters cubed of water that each resident uses, each meter cubed is charged out at $2.50. And then if you continue to use more, that next bucket of money of water that you're using is charged out at a higher rate, so $3, and it continues to increase. This allows for residents to recognize that if they are able to reduce their water rates, they will see less of an impact on their bill. And if they are a higher water user and continue to increase their consumption, they will see a higher percentage of cost. This is a pretty typical structure that is utilized by many municipalities, as it does two things. It allows residents to be able to control how much they pay on their water and wastewater, because they can do things to help reduce those costs. But as well, it helps with water conservation, which we know is always important. And so this structure has multiple benefits to it.
Thank you. And this slide shows, for example, a typical bill for a low residential water consumer. And you can see that I think the total in the case of the water charge is $74 per month, and for the wastewater, $63, $137.92. Have I got that right? Okay. Then the second half of that graph sense.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to it. So the first table is would be someone's 2025 water and sewer bill. So as you can see, the total comes out to $137.92. The second table is a 2026 bill based on the same consumption and use rate. So with the increases we're seeing, if you're a low water user, you will only see an increase to $142.19. So if you are able to stay within that lower usage, you won't be seeing that full 5 and 8% increase. There'll be a significantly lower increase. It's when you get into more usage that there's more impact. And so I think there's a couple other tables.
Yeah. So a moderate user here was paying $241.96 last year and will pay $237.19 this year. So that's actually a bill that's going down, something you don't often see. So that's what we're trying to just illustrate, is that we have arrived at something that will hopefully be beneficial. Go ahead, Councillor Yeri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, thank you for the explanation. Those illustrations really do help. We did discuss it at the council meeting earlier. I think really illustrating that as an actual percentage, because I think people relate to it more when you just see an increase, they don't understand it. But if we are going to do a communique out to the public when this happens, because the resident did figure out literally what these increases represented, and that 4 meters cubed was actually, when you look at it, is only a 2.19% increase. People don't equate that. They just see an increase in dollars and they don't necessarily think of what that is. So everybody thinks it's 5%. It's all about education. On the 11, the same thing. It was still only 3.38%, not 5%. So I think the more education we can provide, so people, and to your point, even to as an impetus for them to try and reduce further, they can realize more savings. So as long as the communication goes out that way.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. just looking at this from a slightly different perspective, and I really appreciate the explanation this morning. I think this is really good work. We recognize that our water plan in particular, that we have significant available capacity. I mean, I see Emily in the room. Are we still at 5% use of our actual water? So, and we want people to conserve further, which we all try to do. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the more that we all as residents who are using our water and wastewater try to reduce, what impact does that have on the flat rate? Does that then turn around and increase that flat rate because you don't have as much revenue from the actual usage side? Is there a connection there?
Through worship, I'm happy to start, and if Emily has anything to add. We do have to use historical usage data to understand how to project out future years' funding. So we are utilizing an understanding of what we have seen as trends in water usage. And if we do see a decrease in trends, then those rates will change to reflect what amount of money is needed to run the system. So we will continue to see how this change in funding model changes how users are, the use of water in our municipality. We also recognize that we do have developments that are planned to come online and also have different changes to what we see with water usage. And so all of those things get reviewed as we look at our long-term planning and as we look at how we forecast out. And that's why even things like asset management planning and different longer term plans get reviewed and updated on an ongoing basis so that we can continue to use the most up-to-date information we have. So yes, if people were to use less water, we would have to look at that funding model.
Just going to move ahead here to, this is the multi-residential and the retail charts. And for multi-residents, residential and non-residential. This is important if you're going to, you know, do an intensive study on our rates, but I think that, you know, anybody, all of this is going to be available on our website and can be reviewed. We have charts here for institutional and so on. Any further discussion? Yes, CAO Everett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just the one piece I just want to capture is when individuals on the water and wastewater services of the municipality, when you're getting your bills, it's really important to look at the consumption side and see if you see any spikes in the consumption. And each of you know your own home better than the municipality does. But if you have a consumption in one billing and you see a spike of water use, you need to take a look at all your water use apparatus and amenities in your house. Because we won't see it necessarily, but if you let it go, and I'm saying whether you have a toilet that is just running all the time, or if you got faucets that are dripping all the time, your indoor plumbing may be an issue. So it's really the responsibility of the homeowner. Because I've seen lots of times where I previously worked, people would come in and say, I have an astronomical water bill. And they maybe have 2 or 3 bathrooms and every single one of their toilets is just running. So that's on the homeowner side, and selfishly on the municipal side, we don't want that clean water going to our wastewater plant because it's just taking up capacity at the wastewater plant as well. So I know I did a recent comparison of 11 properties, random properties, and looked at the water use. And I would suggest there are, you know, it's such a range. So I just really want to use this forum for the public in particular. Look at your consumption side on those bills. The other piece that, you know, there needs to be additional information provided in a more formal process, written process, is a clear understanding. We really do have two water systems in the municipality. We have the Meaford water system, and then we have the Leith water system, which we get water provided to us from Owen Sound through an agreement. So I know I've talked to some residents in Leith and said, why are they so different? Well, they're different because there is an agreement with Owen Sound to provide that water for those residents. So the two systems aren't connected, but I think it's just a matter of getting information out to the public just to clearly understand the differences between the water systems. So just wanted to use this platform to provide that.
Thank you for that. So the harbor is another of our user fee establishments, cost neutral. Revenues come from concession revenues, dockage fees, including hydro, camping fees. There is camping at the harbor as well, and online reservation fees. I think that one of the things we're doing in this budget is a major study of the harbor and in relation to the downtown. And I think in the back of my mind, there's many things we can do to make the harbor much more of a profit center than it is. Just as Memorial Park is a profit center, and it's great that we are able to enjoy this park in the middle of our community, able to definitely promote tourism through it, and also to actually have all this and have it pay for itself. The sources of revenue are campground fees, ice and wood sales, mini golf fees, online reservation fees, and pavilion rentals. If anybody has any questions about any of these things, don't hesitate to mention. Sorry, go ahead there, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to ask in relation to the harbor and Memorial Park. It's not very many years ago when Memorial Park in particular was a revenue generator. And I can recall that revenue going, into other projects. And so I just wondered if I could ask for a bit more of an explanation on the cost neutral side of things. Are we saying now that both of these operations are more or less breaking even, or are the profits going into reserves, or just what's happening with the revenue coming in, or is it actually going somewhere else? Just a bit of an explanation further than what we're seeing here in the slides. Thank you.
I can start, and if Sean wants to improve on it, that's fine. For the last, I would say 5 years, it's been a revenue zero. So it's always been user cost pay, no increase to the tax levy. The money that is earned at the park or earned at the harbor is being put back into the park and the harbor to improve the facilities there. And so, yes, it is going into a reserve.
And
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, and I'll never improve on Valerie's explanations. I can just add to it. So as far as Memorial Park and the harbor goes, both of those facilities had relatively recent business plans done for them. And in review of those business plans, I would say, ironically, there's a question of whether or not council approved them or received them, which is a big difference in terminology. So if we're looking at building more revenue for either one of these, for both of these, I think having the strong business plan that actually gets approved, very clear approval of council, which then allows us to move forward with the 2025 year financial plan for both of these. So Memorial Park, for instance, for that to be a revenue generator, and that revenue with the understanding would go into reserves, any additional over surplus over years would go into reserves, which then would fund those projects specific to Memorial Park. So the one piece that that in my review of the study was a reduction of water, the waterfront campgrounds, camping spots at Memorial Park. That recommendation was a reduction, I believe of 36 camping spots to 16. If we move forward with that, that ultimately impacts the revenue at Memorial Park. And then the business plan would then say, then that portion of public access to the beach, into the waterfront, should then be picked up by tax dollars. I would also say there's a portion of the washrooms down by the waterfront, the playground by the waterfront, the parking by the waterfront, the garbage collection. All of those should be proportionated back to the taxpayer, because it's not the camper that is only benefiting from those services. Same with the harbor. You know, there are aspects of the harbor, the fish cleaning station, the pavilion, the parking, washrooms, all of those should be proportioned back to the taxpayer, because it's not just the slip user that benefits from those amenities. So then you can honestly say, in fair and transparent financial documents and just our philosophy, that those that are paying for the specific use of that park are paying for those elements, but the public are also paying for those public use elements. So I'm looking forward to, over the next year, you know, bringing those studies back, so that way, like I always look at these reserves, both discretionary and obligatory. Those reserves are built so we avoid the spikes in property taxes, right? We're building those reserves with a plan. So when we go to pull the trigger on those projects, we're not saying to the taxpayer the year that we pull them that, oh, by the way, there's a 13% increase because, you know, we're doing a complete hydro retrofit at the park. So between the harbor master plan, the harbor business plan, Memorial Park, and bringing those not only plans back to council, but doing a financial plan is critically important, because these should be significant revenue generators that offset the larger projects for those properties. Like the taxpayers, like they're not getting the revenue from Memorial Park. Those are just basically going to the reserves. Where the taxpayer gets the benefit is then it's not the tax dollars going to pay for those projects that are specific to those money-making properties. So hopefully that's helpful, but I do want to stress one thing you will see from myself is when we bring plans to council, I will push that we won't be satisfied with just receiving plans. You either send them back for refinement or you approve, because we need our marching orders. And right now, those two plans, it is not clear to me that council has actually given clear direction. Receiving a plan, well, you had to receive it because it was in front of you. It's the approving which staff needs to be able to say, that's our direction. And if there's pieces in a plan that you don't like, understanding, you know, technically we just need 4 votes for it to pass. I like when plans have at least 5. So it's just a different philosophy of not just accepting an approval of a plan, but just getting that clear direction. So hopefully that's helpful, and thank you.
Do you want supplementary, and then Councillor
And then
Gary?
we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just can't resist. And certainly Councillor Bell will remember that Parks Master Plan that we eventually agreed to accept for information. And I appreciate the clarity you have provided, CAO Everett, because I think at that point in time, we're going back to 2015. You know, we felt, you know, that we were backed into a corner a little bit. We didn't like this plan. We didn't approve it, but we did accept it for information because it was on our desks in very large format. So after that, and Councillor Bell, I'll look for you to nod if you agree or disagree, it seemed to us that items within that plan were still in our budget and that work still went forward as if that plan had been accepted. So I'm very grateful to you for expressing that in your mind, there is a definite difference. And if we are in such a position again, that we need to take a different direction on the next steps with any particular plan, because in that regard, I think we felt that it didn't make much of a difference one way or another. So that's excellent education. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And just one additional point through you, Mr. Mayor. That'll be pushed with all plans that come forward. And the one, we've had a lot of discussion over the last couple of days about development charges and, whether or not we're surprised that a project is moving forward or being brought in front of you. Our development charge study, background study was approved by council in 2024. There are a number of projects that are very, very specific. A DC background study is the Bible of how we collect DCs and how DCs are collected. And I just want to use this platform to, correct a statement that I made on Monday, because I believe I said, for instance, Market Square had $1 million in our DCs. I was incorrect. It has $2 million in our DC study. And we haven't moved on it. So same thing with all the equipment, whether it be snowplows or tractors that are DC eligible. This should not be any new information for council, because in 2024, you approved a plan that we were collecting DCs for that equipment. Only additional. It has to be growth related. It cannot be replacement. It has to be additional. So we've collected X amount of dollars for snow removal equipment. We've collected X amount of dollars for Legion Park. But the Market Square is the big one in my mind, because I thought it was $1 million. When I reviewed it again, it was actually $2 million. And that was just in 2024. So in 2027, it is identified that there is money in DCs to update the background study. But when council approves that background study, you've now put it in motion, because we are collecting dollars for the purchase of that equipment that council approved, which you'll see in future budgets. Thanks.
I'd just like to add that I don't think we've had this kind of clarity about anything in throughout my term as mayor and the previous term. This is my 8th year on this council, and I would say this is the most clarity we've had on this matter. Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we're in the user pay section, but because the Memorial Park slides up there, I'm just gonna, and I knew we had kind of abilities to go back and talk about things. Ms. Spear's presentation resonates. I mean, I totally appreciate the concerns about even a 4.04 blended. Being somebody that's also on pensions and savings and has no other pension, and the massive amount we make here, I can totally appreciate that it's tight. So it does bring me, because one of the things you brought up and what you said in there was related to this, because one of the things when I looked at the budget initially, I did look at the Memorial Beach swing scenario. It's $30,000. It's only 0.15% of the 194, but it's still something. So I thought about that as well. And I thought I'd just like maybe to discuss that a little bit, because I know this is a rock and a hard place scenario, because AOADA requirements are coming in 26. So we are trying to make sure that what we're doing is bringing all of our standards up so that people with disabilities are able to have amenities as well. So is this a good to have, or is this an absolutely need to have? Because yes, could we do without another swing set down there? Absolutely. But because it is geared specifically for a sector of the public that doesn't necessarily have it, So I just think it's, if we're gonna have a conversation about where you can cut, that's one thing to consider, is that's one thing that could go for $30,000. But how do we feel about doing that at the cost of doing it for the purpose it's being designed for?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you opening the conversation, Councillor Urick. When we look at Memorial Park, we have a local service club that's very committed to undertaking projects at the park. So I'm just curious to know if there's been a conversation yet this year with this particular service club to see if there might be an interest in them supporting the playground equipment. I think it's important that the work is done, as you spoke to the accessibility side of things. So again, my question is to staff, if there's been an opportunity yet to approach this particular service club to see if they might be interested.
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor. I do know that there is a meeting being set up with the service club in regards to Memorial Park. The approach that I would like to take, and not just with Memorial Park, but any opportunities where there's sponsorships or partnerships and collaboration, is again having that 15, 20-year plan where we can work with service club stakeholders to say, we'll do this project, and you can pay us back over 5-8 years, right? Because service clubs, I know, are they feel the pressure of the volunteerism and quite frankly, there's so many different groups asking for money. So I get it. So asking a service club to say, can you help us with $25,000? In 1 year, they might not be able to do it, but if it was a 5-year agreement where $5,000 a year, maybe that's something that's doable. And I know council at Roma got a lot of information about the sponsorships and that. So anywhere that we can work with stakeholders and service clubs to help offset and quite frankly, collaborate, because those are the types of projects that really get community buy-in when they're associated with members of the community. And quite frankly, in the long run, it helps eliminate vandalism, because all of a sudden, somebody doing something to a piece of equipment that their aunt or uncle had a part in putting sometimes means a little bit more. So all of those opportunities need to be considered because there's only one taxpayer, and the more that the community wants, we have to look at looking at every opportunity to provide that. But I will just put the caveat, adding this equipment, building these facilities, and any additional, building it is the easy thing. The capital cost is the easy thing. It's the year after year maintenance, and quite frankly, the reserve to replace it. That's the other thing we got to get to. Just because we buy it in 2027 doesn't mean that in 2028 and onward, we're not putting money in to replace it at the end of its useful life. So all that strategy has to be put in place. And I know our finance department has already considered all of that. But it's up to us to make sure that when what's being proposed, that operational aspect is also being included into those capital costs.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been so far, it's been a good conversation this morning. I think what was just talked about ongoing upkeeps and money that's required, a couple of key areas that have been talked about. I think when folks are elected to council, and I reflect back upon Mayor Klumpus, that I believe that she started something that for staff's aspect has been carried through with strength. What is the current council's vision, and what is the current council's strategic priorities? That's absolute direction to the staff. Every time you come to a council meeting, it always ends, this report supports one of them, maybe all of them. that consideration has always been put in there. So that is a key cornerstone of our behavior. The other aspect, Deputy Mayor, you talked about when we had a consultant one time came and told us about things. That current council of the day was, quite frankly, we were upset with what we had received. It wasn't us. It wasn't our direction. It wasn't what we believed in for our communities. And so I think a little of that is changing slightly, where a consultant may well be hired, but council's input to that. Many of them get done, and you don't need to have council's input, but some of them council's input is critical to keep it on track, as it were. I'd like to thank the guest speaker this morning. The guest speaker said some comments that I know I've heard, pretty sure all the rest of council has heard. You know, why aren't you just doing a couple of percent? Why are we heavier than that? Well, I can say that my personal conversations with the mayor about the presentation of this upcoming budget was I told the mayor, don't break 5%. That was a tough deal for you, and I know it was. But where did we start right out of the gate? This municipality has led the way. Other municipalities in Grey County are in our wake. One to roads, one to bridges, one to weight, and 0.5% to the infrastructure needs of buildings and so on. Others aren't doing that. They're behind. They are behind big time. And what have we done when we set that right out of the gate? I think every bridge in the town of Meaford has been done. In the short time, every bridge over the Big Head, and we're doing bridges out in the rural community, and we're doing that because we have said, take some money, let's grab this by the horns and get at it and get it done. And we're working at that to do that. Another aspect that had happened many years ago, it was before the council of 2010 running through 2014. That council back in the day did double-digit increases to the ratepayers of this municipality to dig us out of a hole. And we got dug out of a hole because it's very easy if you're going to run for council and say, vote for me, I want to be the mayor, and I'm not going to raise your taxes, and everybody loves you instantaneously. And that 0% has a big fat minus sign in front of it. 4 years of going backwards. Took the next 4 years at double digits to get you back on board. The mayor of Owen Sound has even mentioned a couple of times about what happened over here doing that. Quite recently, probably within the last 3 months, the mayor mentioned that. So it's important to understand our vision, where we have given direction, and what we really believe in. So at right now at 4.35, when we are 3.5 out of the gate, is there some more room today to do maybe some things? Yes, I believe there are. But at the same time, I believe that we have done our vision and our priorities with strength. And I really appreciate the hard work. You've never said, Mr. Mayor, where you started. I have an idea where you started.
That's definitely double digits, double digits.
So it's been a long enduring time for yourself, and I want to thank you for what you've done. And we're started this off on Monday in a good place. Thank you for that. And I do again want to thank the guest speaker today for coming out because it's true. We want to hear from people just like that.
Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll bring that back full circle because I started that conversation. So, are we comfortable with the fact that there possibly could be sponsorship to fund the swings? And if that's the case, then I would go ahead, Val, because you're thinking.
I'm just gonna allude that this is a revenue neutral, so it's not gonna affect the tax levy if we
Right,
remove
I was
that.
afraid of that. That was my other question to you, because it's not gonna even do that, so. I still think that just, I mean, getting anything we can from the still puts it back in our money for something else. So there's still an advantage to it. So if we can get this to a point where at least it's a benefit to us.
CAO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, I bring this forward and I do not want to confuse the issue, but I probably will. When we talk about reserves, reserves are funded by mostly tax dollars. Yeah, so the reserve, like those are user fees. But when we talk about typical reserves that aren't from user fees, we are collecting tax dollars to add to those reserves. And I know there's been some comments over the last couple of days that, and the philosophy of the enhancements or the amendments, we're saying, well, that's not affecting the tax rate because we're using reserves. Those reserves are funded by tax dollars. So I just want to be crystal clear that in the future, when we say, well, where did we use those reserves? Well, it was for potential amendments, but those amendments are being funded by the tax dollars. So I want it to be crystal clear on that. Thanks.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Couple of things. Councillor Bell didn't mention the 1.4% increase from OPP this year. That we don't have control over that. That just came to us, and you have to raise X number of dollars. So if you add that on to the 2.5, that's almost 4% right there before we even got out of the gate. I do want to go back just to Memorial Park for a few minutes. The Memorial Park Master Plan, I was proud to be a member of that committee that established that report. Councillor Bartley was on that committee, and I think we all know how important the dollar signs were to Councillor Bartley. We had a very fine lady from the public who chaired that committee, and yes, there were some. Our CAO mentioned the reduction in parking spots down by the harbor. The committee was quite aware of, hey, this is going to be a huge cut into income, but the committee, the majority of the members wanted a public space, more public space along the waterfront. And yes, there's a cost involved here. There's revenue involved here that's no longer coming forward. It's somewhat like Meaford Hall. Are we going to make it affordable for a lot of members of the public, or are we going to try to make it a money maker? So it's a conflict that our municipality and our council is faced with continuously. How do we do this? I mean, back in the early 1960s, when the Moore family donated Memorial Park lands to the town of Meaford, that was for public enjoyment. That was a public place, why they donated it. There was no asterisk on the agreement saying, hey, you have to make some money out of this. So I just wanted to mention that we are compelled into this juggling. How much free space, how much free recreation can we provide? Because it's not free in the long run. Somebody has to pay for this, but it's an ongoing struggle, and I wish we could get clear of that. But in order to be fair, to be responsible to everyone, it seems we have to stay in this continuous juggling match. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we focus on getting through the user pay slide deck and then come back to some general discussion about what we want to do with this tax increase rate. So tax rate increase. So let's move on to the building department. And Amy, would you like to speak to this slide?
Thank you, Your Worship. There have been no significant or any changes, excuse me, to the building department budget for the 2026 year. As our treasurer has noted, the building budget is intended to be self-funding, so our revenue is intended to offset expenses. As we've discussed here in this room, the building division is in a state of repair, no pun intended, in this year. So with a new CBO and with continuing updates in 2026, we do hope to bring you a fresh budget in 2027 to sort of correct for the repair that we're working through at this time. So no changes presented as part of the 2026 budget. And we will keep you posted on our CBO recruitment. It is ongoing.
Okay. Can I ask, do you think that we are going to we will raise enough money through the department to pay for the department in the 2026?
Yes, Your Worship, things are looking favorable in that regard, and we do have big projects on deck for some good revenue outlook at this point in time. So that will certainly help.
Thank you very much. Any questions on Councillor
Your
Greenfield?
Worship, through you to our Director of Planning and Building Department. The Building Department is doing well with revenues. Did you mention the Planning Department isn't revenue neutral? Is that, am I correct? I don't want to misquote you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield, and through you, Your Worship. That is correct. So building services is self-funded under the legislation, but planning is not self-funded. So it is, although we would like to see it be self-funded in that application fees are intended to cover the work that goes into processing those applications because development should ideally pay for development, not the ratepayer. So the foundation of the legislation is fundamentally different between planning and building, although the same goals we look to achieve.
Okay, I'll move on. The TC Energy project. I think that perhaps you'd like to speak to this, CEO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with TC Energy, over the last year, we have refined the agreement for cost recovery. So prior to the municipality spending any money outside of the staff perspective, so if there's a study or a plan or an exercise that we are doing, I make a formal request to TC Energy, and TC Energy tests our request against the provincial funding that they have, and will give us approval. So we do not expend any dollars without having clear approval from TC Energy, and it's been working very, very well over the last 6 or 7 months. So that's why when we look at this, this is a full cost recovery. So no dollars of the taxpayer go to those projects.
No questions. Can I ask if the Deloitte study is being cost recovered?
Yes, the social economic community readiness study is fully funded by TC Energy. That being said, I want to be crystal clear that the selection of the consultant was done through Strategy Corp and the municipality, and TC Energy had zero input into the selection of the consultant. So they're simply paying for the plan that Strategy Corp and the municipality selected.
So you said plan, and I'm interested in that. Will there be a plan or is it just a study?
It's basically I would say it's more of a study. It'll give us the current state of where our strengths and weaknesses are, if in fact TC Energy's project moves forward.
So I think all members of council will participate in this, as well as many other people, but I had my opportunity to participate yesterday, and it is crystal clear to me now that a study is great, but we really need a plan because we're not ready. That's my thought anyway.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to remind council, the purpose of that study is to help us be informed through the negotiation of the community benefit agreement. So that study will inform us what we should be looking for in negotiation of that community benefit agreement.
Thank you. Thank you. So moving on. Service partners. So here's where, you know, a lot of the 4.35% comes from. At least 1.32% of it. We have increases here from the OPP, from Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, the Owen Sound and North Grey Union Public Library, although I don't believe we paid it, and the Intertownship Fire Department. Anyone like to comment on that or have any questions about it? It was pretty clear to me that from this slide that our 4 service partners together increased their budgets by more than 22% in total. And those increases bumped our levy by 1.32%. So I'm just saying that these are people whose budgets we have no control over, and our tax levy increase would have been 3.03%, but for these particular increases. Any questions or comments? If not, we'll keep going. Community funding requests. We have some here, and we have dealt with some of these with pre-approvals. I don't think we've had any discussion at all about the Georgian Bay Symphony request. The Climate Action Team is presenting to us at Monday's next week's council meeting. And we do know that the Georgian Triangle Humane Society reduced their ask of us to $9,370 a year for 10 years. And that would add 0.05% to our levy. And I do believe that we are, you know, using their services. And I think that the plan is to try and negotiate an agreement with them that would provide them with a commitment from a funding commitment from us, and at the same time assure us of exactly what we would be getting for their services. Councillor Ennis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to double check. I hadn't noticed the for 10 years part until just now when you pointed it out. Is that 10 years totally locked in at the amount of 9,370, or would that be subject to a cost of living form of increase?
I believe it's exactly $9,370 a year for 10 years. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to this request from the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, and I know we had a very fulsome presentation from this group. I believe they've been before council twice now talking about their new facility in Collingwood, which I know they very much need. But I'd like to suggest that we haven't really heard from our staff in relation to this with any sort of recommendation, which would really provide us with accurate information in terms of the usage. I know that we use it, but I don't feel personally that I have enough knowledge of that usage. So I'd like to suggest that we send this back to staff and request a follow-up report in relation to this ask and in relation to the usage and what other facilities we use and so on. And then at that point in time that we make a decision. Now, I know that has an impact on this budget, so I'll look either to Val or to our CAO for their advisement, but I'm just suggesting that I'm not comfortable making a decision on this particular request today.
I don't, if we're gonna pass a budget, we either have to include it, or we don't. I'm not even sure there's a reserve it could come from.
Go ahead, CAO Everett.
Through Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if through this process, whether or not the monies could be approved with, you know, a future report getting that final direction from council. I see with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, I know in speaking with staff, we do use their services. We also use Owen Sounds as well. And I think there's an opportunity here to use this funding as a mechanism to maybe refine or update an existing service agreement. That's very clear of, you know, what our rates are that we get if we have to send a dog to the Humane Society because it's dog off leash. I think there would be benefit for the municipality if we use this as an opportunity to sit down with the Humane Society to sort of look at revising the agreement. But I would also say the same thing to be true with the climate action team as well. I think the municipality is in a position to understand what we're getting for it. Like, it's just not $5,000 we're giving it out. What do we get for it? Like, do we get like, do we want a report from it? Do we want monthly updates? So if we're providing money there, to me, there needs to be something that we get in return. Unless council just says, no, you know what, we're happy with sending the $5,000. So it does give us an opportunity to say, we'll approve it in the budget. However, with additional information coming back to it, that would be the trigger to say, yeah, we're good. It's very similar to, you know, the discussions with the chamber, right? If you want X amount of dollars, well, that's our opportunity to say to chamber, what are you using those dollars for? And we expect to get and I'm just saying this just from, this is my perspective. The taxpayer should have very clear understanding. How are those dollars that were taxpayer funded used?
In this case, we know how this money is being allocated. They don't have an adequate facility, and this is going to provide an adequate facility, hopefully to enlarge service to us as well as the other people. But I have no problem with the idea of if we don't have an agreement with them, and we should have an agreement with Owen Sound too, or otherwise we're going to be you know, paying in two directions. And
so just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, we have existing agreements. I just see that this is an opportunity to review the agreement and maybe negotiate the agreements, because agreements should always be reviewed from time to time. And I would say I'm very clear to what this $9,000 is. I just don't know if council's very clear of what the agreement is and what it costs for dogs off leash. And again, taxpayers' dollars paying for people's dogs that were found off leash to go to the Humane Society.
so did you want to make a motion, Deputy Mayor, in connection with a report from staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would like, listening to the CAO and understanding Val's comments, to suggest then that we do request a report from staff that would outline the fees, the service agreement, so that we have an updated understanding of that. And I believe this recommendation is to leave this funding here in the budget. And if for any reason we decide after we see the report that we will go forward with this amount or a lesser amount or no amount, I mean, we can make that decision at the time of the report, recognizing that we have the funds
But we don't.
pre-approved.
I don't believe we have the funds
No.
in the budget.
No, we would have to approve them in this budget and then come back after a report is presented to us to make a determination as to whether or not we were going to actually allocate those funds. Am I correct on that, Val, that you would need them approved and then we would revisit?
I think there's a piece on where the Strong Mayor's budget falls into play because you can increase your budget right now and then as long as the tax rates aren't passed, that can be reduced.
Thank you. I think what I would suggest, if this is okay with the treasurer, is that we would, and I can read the motion that we've drafted, but basically, effectively, you would amend the motion, you would amend the mayor's budget to allocate 9,370 to the Georgian Triangle Humane Society and request that the report be brought forward essentially prior to the distribution of those funds is what I'm hearing. So we wouldn't leave it out of the budget, but we wouldn't be providing it without more information. I think that's what I'm hearing. So the alternative would be to ask for the staff report without the money in the budget, which would be a much more complicated process to then get it back into the budget. So I'm happy to read the wording if that sounds like a way that the treasurer is comfortable with proceeding.
We've got three councillors want to enter the fray. So I'll start with Councillor Urick, then Councillor Greenfield, and then Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that explanation. That makes sense. I guess my question is that if we didn't allocate the 9370 to that, would that end up going into a reserve somewhere? Because we budgeted, what reserve would that go into?
I would say the reserve would be animal control if we did not use the money. The option also, I guess, is you could consider it to be a working capital reserve contribution for this year. The only concern I have is it possibly committing to 10 years. So if you're increasing your budget this year or not increasing your budget this year, next year you're going to have to put the $9,300 in, and it can't always come from reserve because some of these items, even other items that we've discussed, if they're one time, that's one thing, but if you build it into the budget, we've used the reserve this year, it's going to make your budget more next year, possibly.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. We know that we are getting some service provided by the Humane Society. We're not just sure how much or how extensive it is. I would suggest we put the 9370 is an ask. We don't have to respond with that particular number. So I was thinking if we agree to $5,000 this year, then get the report, and then in future years we'll reevaluate as was 5,000 enough, is 9,300 enough, is whatever. But I sense some hesitation about this, and I don't want to jump in with any dollar figure this year and indicate that we're going to match it in the years ahead. So.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. For both sort of the Jordan Triangle's Humane Society and Climate Action Team, I was kind of thinking similar along the lines of what Councillor Urick had proposed, as if now, as Treasurer Manning pointed out, the 10-year part kind of maybe messes up my plan here. But I was going to suggest if we had like an animal control budget, ultimately we're going to have to pay for somewhere for animals to go. So if we were to put that in some kind of reserve or in an operating budget so that that money is still available so that no matter kind of what happens or unfolds, they're able to do that. but then we could still kind of have that money lumped away so that if we are happy with the terms of the agreement and it's reviewed and everything is good, we can then say, okay, great, here we go. Here's that money that we've already set aside in the budget process. So I don't know how that could unfold with the 10-year sort of thing, but then also with the climate action team, we could do something similar if we have any reserves that could be directed at climate or environmental initiatives.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My apologies for interrupting, Mayor Kentner. I just wondered if I could respond to Councillor Ennis just to make sure that there's clarity in operating versus this request. So we do have money in the current operating budget, and we have for a number of years with Georgian Triangle for the services they were providing with the current agreement we have with them. So there is some cost recovery because when we bring dogs, there are fees that are then paid by the owners, and there is some cost recovery in that process. And I realize that possibly because of the timing of you joining council, you may not have been here for the presentation. This is a capital request for their new capital facility. So different from the operating agreement we have with them. They're building a new facility in Collingwood. And so this is a funding specifically for their capital request through that presentation. So I just wanted to make it clear that we do have an operating line for the contract we currently have. It is up in this year. So it does work well with the timing to look at that contract and understand what we're getting and what alternatives there are. But I just didn't want there to be any confusion in terms of the two different streams, if that helps.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarity, I want to come back to Val for a moment. Do you have at your fingertips the amount that we have in the animal control reserve at this point in time? And would the approach be then, if an amount is decided on, that be dedicated to that reserve for this purpose? And can that be revisited by the new council next year to say whether or not they want to continue with that 10-year? Or are we, if we do this today, are we really tied to the 10 years?
I may have misspoke. I'm searching for an animal control reserve and I don't necessarily see that exact thing. The only option right now, I would put it as working capital. If we want to put it in the budget now, review the report, we don't have to spend it then. It's just an in and an out, and it doesn't affect the bottom line of the budget at this time.
CA 11.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one piece that I would just maybe recommend is if this is of interest to you, use taxation because it only compounds the issue we're going to have next year. Because we're going to have to use taxation next year. So it's either come in with that percentage this year, but because it will compound next year. Because Val nailed it, even with the amendments that have been presented thus far that are using reserves this year, and I'll just use the Georgian Trail grooming. Next year, that's taxation. So that money is going to get, so we're going to start the 2027 budget with that additional percentage. So at some point, that's the part that we're going to struggle, that using reserves in this year is ultimately going to impact next year's starting point, which a lot of the issues that we ran into this year when we started with a really high percentage was the realization of, well, last year they got this done through reserves and other sources of funding, and those were tax dollars this year because we were operational. So it's either pay now or pay later, but I just want to be crystal clear that's I've seen that philosophy used, and next year we'll be having a bigger discussion about, well, why didn't you tell us? Well, this is our opportunity to tell you. Thanks.
Can I just follow up to that? It's obviously okay to use one-time costing, i.e. the ditching. We're going to do it once this year. So it's okay to take it from reserves. It's when you want to put something, a new service, and you take it from reserves 1 year and it gets.
Maybe, well, go ahead, Councillor Bell, and I'll come back.
So on the Humane Society, I'm trying to remember when they did their presentation to us, is that money that's right now 9,370? Did that number come up because they said as a percentile, what this municipality uses on their service for what they're doing, almost that's what we owe them? Is that why that number is exactly what it is? Did I gather that correctly?
Through your worship to Councillor Bell, yes, they looked at a population average assessment and created a tiered request for each member municipality who uses their services.
So I was going to suggest that perhaps the approach we might take is to go ahead and get a staff report on the recommendations, but think in terms of basically negotiating a rate for service. And they would have to, you know, I think we would have to pay a higher rate to accommodate the fact that we are not making a contribution to their capital campaign. But and that might work for them, and it might work for definitely would work better for us, because we would be you know, not committing future councils to the capital cost of that project. It's a thought anyway. And we've lost our CAO, so I'm not sure what he might be seeking more information for us on this. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, we do have the wording for a potential amendment as it stood at the start of this conversation. So I'm happy to recap that if the Deputy Mayor would want me to, or if we're taking a different direction, I can stay out of that.
Well, let's hear it anyway, I think. And
Sure. So it would be that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to 1, amend the 2026 mayor's budget to allocate $9,370 to the Georgian Triangle Humane Society funded from the tax levy, and bring forward a report to council respecting fees, service agreement, and staff's recommendation prior to the distribution of funds and the 10-year capital contribution commitment. So that's how it was framed, and we're happy to make any changes should the deputy mayor or council through discussion want that, or if that's not the direction that council is choosing to head, we can also remove that as an amendment.
go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I am happy with the wording that our clerk has provided.
Then is there a seconder for that motion? So we can get it on. Okay, thank you, Councillor Ennis. So discussion. How does anyone have a number of what this would increase our tax rate increase by? Yes, you're right.
So that would increase our tax levy. It would be a 4.39%.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I know we're all struggling because none of us want to see this tax rate increased. So I know the motion is on the floor, and Margaret may tell me that we can't do this, but I'm wondering if we can just defer or table this until we have discussion about the other items that we want to look at, because I know we all want to try our best to decrease this budget. So perhaps if that's doable, we just set this aside for now and come back to it after we've had a conversation about each of our approaches to reducing the budget, because we do take Ms. Spear's comments very seriously, and we all want to do our best to reduce this number. So if that's the struggle, is it possible, Margaret, to just set this aside until we have conversation on those other items and come back to it?
Thank you, through your worship to the deputy mayor. I procedurally, we can certainly pause this. And then if you wish to revisit it, we could either withdraw it or we could sort of essentially effectively pause this because we don't have a vote. So we would defer to later in the meeting for consideration.
Mr. Mayor, if we could then just pause this until the end of the meeting and come back to it. Would that make everyone more comfortable?
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I agree with pausing that. And before we get off that screen, the Georgian Bay Symphony is there for $3,000 to $5,000. I would recommend that we remove that because I happen to know an organization that would probably be very happy to actually sponsor that organization and have them redirect that request to something else other than council.
Great. Great.
So I would make then a motion to remove the Georgian Bay Symphony recommendation of the $3,000 to $5,000.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, unless it's noted that pre-approval or budget pre-approval was provided, those aren't figures currently in the budget.
Okay.
So at this
We won't put it
time,
in.
pardon me?
We won't put it in.
So at this time, no motion is required to remove. Yes.
Okay. So final revisions. Would you like a short recess and come back to this, or do you want to storm ahead on? Okay, let's keep going. I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to just invite council to speak to final revisions at this point. Anybody want to start this off or? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to start. We didn't really discuss this one on our capital day. I'm back to page 283, Bridge 129. The Georgian Trail west of Swarthmore Drive, $2,266,210. And I'm thinking there's got to be a way to shave some funds from that request. I know we're looking at doing alternative work surrounding that bridge, but my goodness, that's a lot of money for a trail bridge. So I'm going to put that over to Tori, who can't wait to speak to this, to see if there isn't some way, some alternative type of constructing this bridge that we couldn't shave a little money off of that request.
Through your worship, I am happy to speak to this. So just to be clear, this year in 2026, the only funds being requested are for the design. So the $2 million+ is the funding required for the construction project. As of right now, the OSIM inspections that have been done have identified that these are the funds that are needed to replace the existing structure and to complete all work surrounding that to replace it with a trail bridge. So there is no intention to replace that existing bridge that was constructed for train traffic with the same level of structure. We would be replacing it with a structure that suits the needs of today. And so we actually have had two different engineers over the past 10 years involved in completing our OSIM inspections and reviewing the biannual reports we've had for this structure. The estimated cost at this time, with the knowledge that we have, has shown that that $2.2 million estimate for construction. In talking to the engineer who has completed the most recent OSIM inspections for this structure, they do recognize there are a lot of unknowns around the replacement of it. It is a very deep bridge. There is a significant amount of concrete that is currently there. And depending on what we are able to do and the requirements that come from the Conservation Authority and other authorities that we'll need to be involved with, they're representing a cost that they think at this point they feel comfortable providing to us. As we do for all of our bridges, we will do a review of all of our options during design. and then represent the accurate cost next year when we are planning for construction. We agree, we hope that we are able to see a reduction in this price as staff. We recognize that there are, especially for trail bridges, a variety of different options. But from the experts that we deal with, this is the best information that they have at this time. But we'll be working with an engineer as we move forward to determine the best way forward. And we, staff recognize that is to get the structure that is needed for the use at the lowest cost. And so we'll be working to make sure that we are able to reduce that if possible. But right now, this is our best knowledge of what that replacement will cost.
Oh, sorry, Tony, I did not see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate your comments on the background work and engineers and so on. And I absolutely agree with the deputy mayor. So what is put down in front of people to read is that this council with that number has that before us. And if you take that to an engineering firm, logical person is going to say, well, they're looking at a couple of million. We had a discussion at length about the twin bridges and putting in a Bailey Bridge. And we come up with numbers that weren't even close to this to get across on a walking trail that's used. So as far as the engineering, to look at what goes on from what you stated about the concrete, the structure that exists, and I know that there's money, if you decommission something, the money that's required to take that away I know that. What I don't want to see is the $2 million listed in the future, because that gives them latitude to say, with $2 million structure in the future, and as an engineer, I can tell you what this is going to look like to do that feature. I don't think they're going to come back, with all due respect to all the engineering firms that you deal with, they're going to come back and say, well, the Bailey Bridge is just perfect. And I know the deputy mayor and I came up with what that number was from somebody in our, county. So I just see that we need to amend where we think our vision is for that into the future. And we need to trim that back. And if that means we need to trim back the engineering portion at this time, then I'm on for doing that too.
That was the first item that CAO Everett and I discussed when we started looking at the capital budget. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to put this disclaimer out that this is just a concept. So this is a pretty unique bridge, and it is a bridge that spans over Workman's Creek, which is a pretty significant drop. I wouldn't want to move forward without having the discussion through the process about what that bridge could actually be strategically for us. That bridge could provide a very unique opportunity to provide water to the Christie Beach Side Road area. We need more users, but we need to get a water main out to that end of town. I'm not saying it's the right route, but it is a potential route, because we could also work with our neighbors. We have enough water, we could actually provide water to Lower Bay, and get a bunch more users to our water system. And, at the end of the day, have water plants connected so there's redundancy. So that bridge could not only just be a crossing over Workman's Bridge or Workman's Creek, it could in fact be a significant piece of infrastructure that gets us services out to that end of the municipality. Not saying it's the right idea, but these are the strategic things that we have to look at, because we're going to get one shot at it. Because these bridges will last a long time, but the Georgian Trail And as much as I will say, it will not be a crowd pleaser to say that we would use the Georgian Trail to install water and wastewater potentially, but it is the most direct route to get services to that side of town using our existing infrastructure. And actually be able to expand the settlement area. So the $2 million, you know, it could end up being $7 million. But it's just, we need to keep our eyes open that we're not replacing like for like, that we are looking at it from the long-term opportunities of the community. And that's one that, quite frankly, I've always looked at, that within our 11 kilometers of the Georgian Trail, that Georgian Trail could be a significant service corridor for us for a number of opportunities. So just wanted to put it out there. And again, not saying it's going to happen. It's just, that's where we got to get our heads wrapped around. Next.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Mr. Everett, for that. If the Park Bridge development, which is for something like 1,100 residential units, ever gets in gear, it's a natural that we're going to have a service there, and we're going to have to go across Workman's Creek, and if that line could be included in the bridge construction, it seems to make a lot of practical sense for the future.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the CAO's comments. So just for clarity then, the current year's budget, and I agree with Councillor Bell's philosophy that what, you know, you see here in engineering relates to the proposed cost of construction, but the $182,030 for engineering for 2026 does not reflect what you're suggesting in terms of consideration. This is only for the replacement of the bridge as we see described here in this page 283. So it sounds like this is the position that staff wish to take to go forward with this engineering this year, and hope that for next year that we can see in that those of us who hope to be here or might be here would see some reduction in that ultimate cost of the 2.2 million. So I guess we let this one play out, although it, yeah, it's, as Councillor Bell would say, his squirrels are, yeah, having a conversation about this one. So I guess we have to trust this process and allow it to unfold and see how it comes back.
Thank you. Deputy, sorry, CAO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to be mindful of these projects, whether it's a pedestrian bridge or a pedestrian bridge with municipal infrastructure, are often very successful in grant applications. The Trestle Bridge in Thornbury, I believe, had about an $800,000 infusion when that bridge was done. And the connection to the Georgian Trail, the pedestrian traffic. So there could be potential funding not only from infrastructure for water, wastewater, but on the trail connectivity piece. And these are former rail bridges, and are often very, very successful in grant applications, which would help offset these costs.
So looking around the horseshoe, I think some people made some notes through the week and maybe have some things they'd like to bring forward.
For we're talking about new revisions, right? Like to bring them up. Okay. All right. So I noticed that there was an ask for the IT department to have a light duty vehicle. And I had asked CAO Everett for some further information. Essentially, in summary, Sean suggested looking at reducing the number of floater vehicles. So I just wanted to propose that as an opportunity to realize some savings.
So do we know whether that impacts the tax rate increase?
Through your worship, so this would impact our fleet operating budget. So it is an addition to our enterprise fleet lease program. So as you can see, there has been an increase on the budget from last year. And as I had mentioned on the operating day, that increase is reflective of the additional vehicle that was mentioned that right now is being identified for IT.
So go ahead. Okay, great. So we have a motion then on the floor concerning this. And do we know exactly what we might be saving? And go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's the question, because I think it was a $300,000 figure for it all. What does that one vehicle represent?
It works out to be about $13,600.
And as a additional consideration, that CAO Everett had pointed out that with, if we sort of juggle with the floater vehicle, if we reduce a floater vehicle, that he pointed out that would limit the number of available vehicles for council members to eliminate personal mileage expenses. And given that consideration, I would say I'm not super worried about that this year, especially because it's an election year. That'll probably get us 6 months, and then I doubt there'll be a lot of that kind of travel required. So I would be comfortable seeing that one floater vehicle go.
So I'm going to suggest that we, approve this deletion and discuss any others that we might be able to. I want to get back from the right now. It looks like we could be once we deal with the Humane Society, we could be, increasing the rate. So I think that it would be an idea to see how much we could actually conserve and try and hold the fort, if not win the day. So yeah, are people willing to? So I will call the vote then on this amendment. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6-1, I believe. 6.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's really helpful for every vote to have those for and then those against. Thank you.
So let me just back up a little bit and say, and are you clear in the motion, Councillor Bell? But we're voting on using a floater vehicle instead of acquiring a new car for the IT department, which has a lot of running around to do, we know, but this could be a saving, and I think you mentioned $13,000 is what we would be conserving at this point. The suggestion here is that we see how many, times we can find a few thousand here and a few thousand there, and see if we can get to 20,000 or 30,000. So again, are you for or against? I should say, if you are against, I just need to register you as against. Well, it carries if, but this is a protocol thing. The clerk is on my case a lot to get, when we do a vote, those in favor and then a count of those against. So it's just more a technicality here to get your vote on registered. We're not asking you to change your vote. We're just asking you to declare your vote. Okay, then that would be unanimous then. Thank you. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 53, there's actually, it's council. And again, there's a donations line in there of $30,000. Now I know there's a sponsorship, probably that's an offset of $50,000. If it's not, like the donations of 30,000. I mean, that's a nice luxury to have, be able to do that, but I'm not sure that's necessary. Was that not, we had a discussion about us having the ability to make kind of arbitrary donations on our behalf. But I don't really see the need for that if we're trying to save money.
It's a chamber rate.
We already have our community, it's not affecting our community bursaries. This is just something that we were doing as an aside.
Turning it on and off. That is the Chamber of Commerce, $30,000.
Oh, geez. Really? We don't have that specifically down as that? Okay, because I thought we
No.
would be donating that, denoting that specifically.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I'm looking now at our capital projects sheet that was included in today's agenda, and I just wanted to reintroduce the conversation on snow plows. I see there's 150,000 times 2 in our general tax levy. So can we look at a reduction of that amount? I know we played with this a little bit last year. But I'm looking for feedback on how critical it is that we stick to that 150,000 amount times 2, or can we adjust that? What if we did $100,000 for each and saved $100,000 there? So I can see Val and the CAO both want to jump in here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the deputy mayor, and just having a brief discussion with Jeff. So when we look at the tractors, one thing, and it's been, I guess, typical of the budget process, we're anticipating with confidence that there would be $100,000 sale of the existing tractor, which has not been incorporated into the 450. So realistically, that 450 could be dropped to 350, because with the research that Jeff has done, looks as though that tractor that we have is probably going to realize 100,000. So that's a very, very safe, educated number. And the 150, when you're talking about the dump trucks or the plows, that's one that I would hesitate taking off, because we know what the costs are for two trucks. But that tractor is something that also is something that very confident that realizing 100,000, so you could go from 450 to 350.
So can we get a motion on that, or sorry, you wish to speak to that, Tori?
Through your worship, I just wanted to add a couple of points with regards to the snow plows. Just so that council is aware, we have a replacement plan based on the amount of years that we keep our heavy duty vehicles that was passed through council a number of years ago. And so what that plan allows is that we try to make sure that we are only replacing a certain number of vehicles annually, so that we aren't having a significant increase to budget in a given year, or a dip in others, and instead leveling that out. One of these plows was in the budget last year and was removed. And so what that does is that it gets us into a position where now we are impacting future years, and we aren't able to keep that consistent level of funding. And instead we'll see years of spikes because there's now additional vehicles that are required. These two vehicles are considered sister trucks that work together, and they were purchased in the same year. We have another grouping of 2 snow plows that will again come and need replacement at the same time, because again, they were purchased in the same year, coming up. If it's not next year, it's the following year. And so if we're not funding these at this point through this budget, we will see further impacts in future budgets. And so as staff, we try to provide the funding so that we aren't having those spikes. And so that's why these 2 have been identified at this price in this budget.
So I guess we'll get all the discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. On the subject of the snowplow trucks, Councillor Bell mentioned a few years ago about those 0% tax increases. That's why we got so far behind in equipment, because we weren't replacing on a continuous basis. And we got away from that. We've got into a system of replacement. And these are 15-year-old trucks. As the CAO said yesterday, it'll be at least a year before they show up. So the current trucks may be indeed plowing next year too. So we need to go ahead with these trucks. We got into a situation 20 years ago when for a bottom in the cab, we had to put a piece of plywood on the floor because there was no floor in the truck. And we don't want to get into that kind of deal again.
So I think we should get a motion on the table here, though. This is what we're, but it's not on the table yet, so, okay.
The reason I ask is because I want the $100,000, I want to be clear if that is on resale. But there was also a conversation Mr. Freeze had about the possibility of one tractor not being as large as the other.
And I'm gonna come to that.
Right, well, so whether that amendment is now going to be taking off 100,000 for that or taking off 150 because one tractor is going to be smaller than the other. So I just thought we might be combining that amendment. So is there a possibility? I was unclear from that explanation when he said one of them might be smaller.
Mr. Mayor, so just to be clear, because the conversation went around a bit on Tuesday, the intention is the two tractors being purchased, one being an additional, one being a replacement, will be the same size. That's what my understanding from Jeff is.
Through your worship, my understanding as well is that from the existing vehicle to the new ones, there may be a difference, but the two vehicles being purchased will be the same.
Okay.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Freeze. I know he is engaged with yourself, Mr. CAO, and probably with the treasurer. Yesterday, I spent 45 minutes. I did a cold call with Mr. Freeze and he ingratiated me. I spent time on this very subject. I walked into his office and I asked him, can I drop this by $100,000 per tractor? And what I had showed him is what's written here is anybody can get on Google, type in 175 to 250 horsepower tractors, John Deere, New Holland, Kubota, Massey Ferguson. What we come up with is that on an average, it's $330,000 for the tractor. I said, why are you asking for $450,000? He said, you haven't put anything on it. You don't have a blade. You don't have what you have on the back. It's not kitted out. We also talked about the horsepower requirements. He's not going for another 265 horsepower tractor. He's going for a lesser tractor. And if I'm wrong on that, and Mr. Freeze is out in his office, please come into the room because I got that clear information that it was a slightly smaller tractor. And what we were coming up with, Jeff and I had a really good talk on why the CAO just said about $100,000. I deal with this. I see this all the time on equipment. 265 horsepower tractor, the old rule of thumb is about $1,000 per horse. On a used tractor with the amount of hours that we have, this is a beautiful tractor, and the residual that we're going to get, if he does it within a trade-in, we will realize, and it's real safe today to say $100,000. Real safe to say that. We probably can realize even more. So the whole fact about what he's doing with these upgrades for these tractors, we all can take a look at the private sector, what they do right in the town of Meaford. Many of them are using tractors with blowers on the front, blades on the front. We see it in the private sector. And the big kicker on the tractors, it has down pressure on the front to scritch that ice buildup on the roads. Road speed, 40 kilometers an hour. That's in town. Our guest speaker on Tuesday said, doesn't expect to see it north of Annan. That may or may not be true in the future, fellow councillors. That may or may not be true. So reducing it today on this because of the residual, 100%. The tractor will not be a replacement at 265 horse. Doesn't need to have that horsepower in town, okay? I'm sorry, but I did spend time. I wanted you all to know that I spent some time with Jeff. He was absolutely open with me and I did a cold call on him and he said, come into my office. You can't ask for anything better from a member of staff.
So can I ask you, could you help us then in framing a motion so that we can perhaps lump both these into one motion and figure out a significant saving here? Does that work for everybody? So we haven't actually, I don't know if Margaret has a motion started here or not.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, I don't. I'm still trying to just get a little clarity on what council would like to do. So I'm understanding that it's reduce each of the amounts, one of the tractors. If somebody would like to clarify, I might just take a minute with Tori
Yeah,
and
just go right ahead. That's great. Talk amongst yourselves. Well, that's the first part of the motion.
Both the 450 amounts, one is coming from DCs and one was coming from reserves already. So it would basically, we're going to try and fund, if we're reducing the cost of one of the tractors, we're probably going to take a bit of money from reserves to cover one of the snow plows.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To carry on, Jeff and I also talked about the 3 lawnmowers. 20 grand a piece, 70 some odd thousand requested. When that department goes out to look for a tender on doing this, looking for a package deal. Now, what Jeff told me, and it happens all the time, it'll be absolutely crystal clear. There will be a report coming back to council, what the expenses were, what actually had to happen. It'll be up to us on council to direct staff where we're going to put that for next year. That happens all the time and it's going to be absolutely straightforward. So he's looking to do a package deal with whoever he requests the stuff to come from. So even we haven't talked about the current riding mowers. There will be residual on them. 2 or 3 years ago, they were in a bit of a scramble to try and find them, and there's a mishmash of equipment. So I see that again, we're going to end up with money going back into our reserves on this. I know we are. So I only have one other slightly different thing. I know that in meetings past, it's put some pressure on the clerk. When we have this motion, because I know I've contributed to the confusion, can we have it put up on the board, or we have that ability, or we don't have that ability today to put that up for us to read? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to see if with Holly, I can send this to Holly. I'm just working on the final wording. And then I think that would be very valuable to try and put up on the screen so that we could have that clarified.
What if we called a 5-minute recess? And does that work for everybody? So we're just going to recess for 5 minutes and we won't change anything. We'll just come back in 5 minutes and resume and you'll be ready. So welcome back, everybody, and I apologize for announcing a 5-minute recess and probably taking 20 minutes or more here. But what I can tell you is that we used that time to very good discussions about how we might trim this budget a little bit, and we'll just have to see how we do. But we're here for a good while yet, and hopefully we'll make a difference. So we have an amendment that is has not been moved and seconded. I don't believe, has it, Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So staff did take the break to try to create the motion based on direction provided. So I think initially this was Councillor Bell. So whether he wants to move that or we would like to discuss what staff's interpretation is, I think it's really important that maybe if there's a chance that staff could explain the motion to ensure it aligns with council's preference. I am not the right person to do that. So I will hand that over to our Director. of
Thank you,
Infrastructure and
Margaret.
Public Works.
Tori, if you don't mind then.
Through your worship, so during the break, there was a number of items discussed, so maybe I'll provide some context. But I can first kind of identify here what we have identified. And so based on council's discussion, we are trying to represent that the snowplow unit 556-10 identified in the budget would be a portion, $100,000 of that would be budgeted through the winter control reserve, and that $100,000 from the winter control reserve would essentially be coming from the sale of the tractor, but we're representing that by saying that that sale will then go into the winter control reserve. What we want to just highlight with this is that essentially what will be happening is instead of using $450,000 from the reserve, this would be a change to be utilizing $550,000 from the reserve. And then the sale, which we have identified, we expect at minimum to be $100,000, would be going into that winter control reserve. That is what we do currently. Regardless of this direction, we would be putting the revenue from the sale into that reserve. But this just further highlights that.
So can you tell me what this is going to do in terms of our tax rate increase?
So TS 2026-02 unit 556-10 is right now identified as being fully tax funded. So it shows $150,000 coming from taxes. This would shift $100,000 of that budget coming from the reserve instead of coming from the taxation. So there would be a reduction of $100,000.
Thank you.
I did want to provide some maybe background on how we staff came to the $450,000 coming from reserves instead of it being a higher number. From the initial budget talks with finance regarding our availability of this winter control reserve, it was identified that or recommended that we could use $300,000 from the reserves and still feel comfortable that we had enough in the case that something happened to one of our winter control vehicles. And so we ended up at the 450, recognizing that we would be selling off multiple pieces of equipment through the 2026 budget, and that it would build that reserve back to being only a reduction of that 300,000. But with this additional, we would only be taking $300,000 at the end of the year, but with the additional 100,000, I just want council to recognize that we will be essentially taking 550,000 instead of the 450, whereas finance had recommended at the beginning of this budget stage that we only utilize 300,000 to feel that we're still in a comfortable spot with this reserve.
Any questions for anyone before we vote on this? If, yeah, question, Councillor Ennis?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on the topic of making sure we all feel comfortable. We're in February now, so there's only a couple months left of the winter season. Presumably, these sales, would they kind of be slight or scheduled to occur over the summer? Like this summer of 2026?
Through your worship, my understanding is that the tractor would be able to be purchased this year for next year's season and properly outfitted. And so once that is received, we would be selling the existing unit. Again, it depends on the sale process. If things proceed as we would intend, there is a potential that that unit could be sold in a package with the purchase of vehicles. And so, yes, there is a significant chance that that sale would happen in the 2026 season. But typically we don't wrap in the sale of these units with the purchase because we recognize that those things don't always go hand in hand and sometimes they take additional time. And just to identify that $450,000 that is being budgeted for the tractor is money that has built up over time based on sales of those units. And so typically we're using those sales to offset higher funding years or emergency work that needs to get done. But offsetting it directly into the vehicle being purchased isn't how we are typically funding these. But a funding model we could look at in the future, but that's not how we have typically funded things.
So from a risk perspective, with the concern of if something happened to one of the assets, assuming all goes relatively well and not absolutely terribly, we should be in a position that kind of what we're doing with the reserve here will sort of be balanced out by the time we're back into a winter season where an issue with these assets could be a problem.
Through your worship, will be balanced out to the $450,000, but we will not be balanced out to the $300,000 that was recommended through finance based on their knowledge of where these reserves best sit. And maybe Val has more to say to that.
We have two types of reserves for fleet. There's a fleet reserve and a winter control reserve. And the winter control reserve is monies built up for surpluses in the winter control over the year. So every year, we take the winter control expenses, snow removal, whatever, and whatever's budgeted and is not used, it gets put back into that winter control reserve. It has built up over time. And so this year we identified we needed money for tractors. We decided that we could use the winter control reserve. My suggestion for 300,000 is because maybe there's a bad winter and maybe we need to use the money to actually for snow removal and whatever as well. So I believe we're fine even doing this, and the direction to put monies back in from the sale of the vehicle is a good idea only because it now replenishes that reserve back from what we're taking away from it. That's all.
Okay. Then I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Oh, I beg your
So,
pardon.
sorry, your worship, we just need a seconder, provided
Oh.
Councillor Bell is comfortable moving that motion.
This motion has taken a while to formulate, so okay. Yes, thank you. Then all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm just going to read something from the script that got dropped out, and I just think it's rather important. Council may propose amendments to the mayor's proposed budget for a period of 23 days after the release of the proposed budget, and that's permitted by Regulation 530-22S7-4 and Council Resolution 2026-0106. So the 2026 Mayor's proposed budget was released on January 14th. So the amendment period to the proposed budget ends today. This is it. You know, we have used the all of the time that we were allocated, I believe, and so you're going to correct me. But I was saying that we will be here until we finish this budget today is what I think, and it's important that people understand that we need to do that. Margaret?
Thank you, your worship. Just a point of clarification. There was a speaker this morning that talked about the amendment period for council. Initially, it was 30 days and council by resolution shortened that to 23. So that's where the 23 days came. Under the legislation, council can shorten that, and you will remember the reports that outlined the timelines so that we could make sure we moved effectively while giving council appropriate amounts of time to consider as they wanted. So I just thought it was important to say the initial amount of time was 30 days. Council by resolution shortened that to 23. So the legislation comes into play, and that's why the council motion is referred to in what you had just read as well.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to go back to the deputy mayor's conversation about the bridge on the Georgian Trail. And I would like to recommend on the engineering costs, they're over $180,000. I'm inclined to move that we only give half of that amount for the engineering costs. And if you need a seconder on that, and I think that maybe a member of staff may have some conversations on what that would do to us and how we could still move forward on that bridge.
Is there a seconder for it? Deputy Mayor Keaveney, thank you so much. And someone's going to speak to that. Tori?
Through your worship, I guess my concern is that this is what we expect engineering will cost. And so if we do not have the appropriate funds, we won't be able to proceed with the engineering for this. As of right now, this structure is identified as the structure within our municipality with the lowest bridge condition index, which identifies that its replacement is of the highest priority because we will risk, if we let it go too far, that there will be further things that need to happen. And obviously yet, and we're always hoping to not have to deal with this closure of the bridge prior to replacement. And so while I agree this is a trail bridge and has different needs than our roads, it has reached end of life. And so if the trail is the priority, we just need to make sure that we are prioritizing this replacement. And if the funds aren't available, we wouldn't be able to proceed with engineering. And there is a chance that we would then get to a point where the bridge has to be closed because we haven't proceeded with engineering and reconstruction in a timely manner.
Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the comments on, not having enough money. So I don't know whether it's because I've slid into Councillor Bartley's old chair or not, but the deal is $180,000, and even if that's $1,000 an hour, it's 180 hours to do some work on the design and the preliminary works that have to be done. And if they're less than $1,000 an hour, then how many hours then, and not being, I guess this was a line that Councillor Bartley used, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a baker and a butcher, but looking at a dollar value of that amount to do this work, even if we said you're getting $90,000 to do this work, and if that takes it with the report that says where it is in its condition index, it's obvious that we have to do something with this bridge to keep that connectivity, which is happening. But $90,000 to start that, I believe that that's a good start on where this can go to get some more information on where this is probably heading. So I respect your comments. If we don't have enough in there, maybe it all can't get done. But again, just divide that number by that and how many hours that is in an engineering firm. And I've just tossed out $1,000 an hour, and maybe you're the director, maybe that $1,000 isn't even a right number to talk about. Thank you.
Through your worship, just to provide a little bit of understanding, this type of work would take significantly more than 182 hours. I mean, typically engineers are charging out at probably less than $200 an hour. So it shows you the significant amount of work that goes into these projects by those consultants, as well as obviously our own internal forces complete a lot of background work to get the project started, and then as the project is ongoing. And so I also want to identify that council will receive an award report when the engineering does get tender, or an RFP goes out for engineering. And so at that point, it comes back to council, it is approved. Any funds, if for whatever reason it is below the amount budgeted, we could direct to next year to make sure that we're offsetting the construction costs. But I think recognizing that the engineering costs are the lowest cost year that you'll ever see in the span of a bridge construction project, I would recommend this isn't necessarily the spot to cut those costs. As well, the budget is utilizing our typical bridge budget. This doesn't go outside of that. And from my understanding, or from the original budget that was identified utilizing that full 1% increase, there has already been reduction. So I think if this year's budget is either the same or potentially even less for bridges than we have seen in previous years. And so I'm just concerned if we reduce it by too much more, we are not allowing for a proper replacement in the future as well, because we are reducing our capital budget for bridges to an amount that would be less than what we've had in previous years. And when we know we need to continue to be increasing that.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Bell bringing this forward. So hearing Tori's comments, my question to Val is the bridge reserve. Can we pull $91,000 from the bridge reserve and therefore reduce the levy request for this engineering and yet go forward with the work that Tori has just explained to us needs to be done?
We can always do that. I will come back to, we had a conversation with the mayor on this particular bridge where we have removed up $235,000 from this budget line during our discussions. Anyway, I just want you all to know that. In the bridge reserve currently is $3 million, but some of that will be allocated to construction on other bridges that we're working on now, the carry forwards, the ongoings. So the other thing I would like you to know is the $200,000, even if we don't spend the $200,000, that money just ends up in the bridge reserve. So it's kind of your wish. If you want to take the money from reserve, that's your option. I'm not sure you want to, but it is your option.
CAO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand where council's coming from about, trying to chink away at what we're using from reserves. The one reserve, I believe we have one or two reserves that were developed when the Trail Board of Management, actually, no, one reserve when the Georgian Trail Board of Management dissolved. The monies that were remaining in that board's bank were separated based on kilometers. So there is funding for the Georgian Trail Reserve, which I think is just over $100,000, $150,000. And then I do believe there was another funding that came from the Georgian Cycle and Ski Association. When they dissolved, that money was separated amongst the three municipalities as well. So those are dollars that were not generated or funded. You could look at using those. However, those dollars, again, like what's been described, wouldn't be available for construction. But it is dollars that the taxpayers have not funded. And eventually the goal would be to use those reserves. This this bridge is our most significant Georgian Trail structure. So ironically, the Georgian Trail sort of, once they dissolved, gave the municipalities all these wonderful structures. So using those reserves for this bridge is something that I feel could be justified. It's just not money that would be available during construction, but I think it would meet what you're trying to do in the removal of some reserves. And like Tori said, this would be coming back to council anyways for the award. But I do think that reserve might be a good source of revenue to help get us back to the dollar figure that staff believes needs to actually get this work done.
I don't want to lose sight of what you're recommending, but Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll quote Tony going through Steve channeling, I'm not an engineer. But I'm just curious, so the Bridge 129 replacement, it's 182,000, the Bridge 70 is 97,390 for the same service. Is it specifically because of the type of bridge it is that the cost is doubled? Obviously, the width is much greater as well, but I'm just wondering, is that the direct correlation is because type of bridge is why it's so much more money?
Through your worship. So yeah, so typically, and this isn't always the case, but typically engineering is somewhat reflective of the actual construction costs because construction costs are typically reflective of the amount of work or design that has gone into something. And so it is expected at this point that there would be more design and constraints with the trail bridge, especially recognizing that trail bridges typically, and especially in this location, have constraints with regards to access. And so there'll have to be a whole access plan identified to even figure out how to get the equipment in there. And so whereas structure 70, there isn't as much engineering that is expected at this point to have to go into that. So as well, like it's our best estimate right now based on the knowledge that we have. And then we always, go through a competitive bid process to get the best price and proceed from there. These prices are typically within what we expect, but every once in a while there are some projects where potentially the engineers feel that the engineer is going to potentially be simpler than what was expected, and then we end up with different pricing. But we do work with our OSIM inspectors to continually revise that and understand how much even contingency do we want included, recognizing, we're still at the beginning stages of the project and have a lot more to learn and understand as we go forward.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the seconder of Councillor Bell's motion, I'd like to come back to the comments of the CAO and suggest that we pull $91,000 from the Georgian Trail Reserve to cut this budget line in half.
Let's not debate it until we get it seconded and on the floor then, if that's.
Thank you, Your Worship. We currently have a motion on the floor. So my suggestion would be if council doesn't want to entertain the current motion of reducing the tax supported contribution by $91,000, then we would withdraw that motion and start with a motion that then the draft wording I had was to fund $91,500 of engineering costs from the Georgian Trail Reserve Fund.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll thank my seconder for what I was talking about. I will withdraw the motion to save you calling all in favor or not. And then I would be inclined, whatever the deputy mayor may come up with, to support the deputy mayor.
Excellent, thank you. And so so then we're ready to vote on that motion, or it was amended in some way?
Did you want to speak? Through your worship, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context so that council is aware of what this does to our bridge budget. So council over the years has identified a 1% increase, obviously getting us closer to making sure that we have a long-term plan for how we can properly fund our bridges. Going into this budget was 0.39% lower than last year because of some revisions that were made from the original presented budget. And so by funding this project from an additional source, that number would be even higher. So there would be probably close to 0.8% reduction from last year's bridge budget to this year. Essentially taking us back closer to what our budget was in 2024. And that will impact next year's budget because that will be our starting point. So we'll essentially be starting our bridge budget at a 2024 budget with, if council wants, a 1% increase on top of that. So by taking money from other places to fund bridge projects, just like roads and facilities, and reducing that, we are taking money from the increases that but the council has made over past years and lowering that starting point.
Councillor Ennis.
This might be a silly question, but part one, reserves, are they invested or just sitting as cash?
Reserves are invested and we report that annually through an investment report.
Okay, and like, are they sort of averaging kind of with the market, like somewhere in the realm of 6%-ish?
Last year, I believe it was 5.5 or something like that.
Okay, because I'm just thinking about what we were talking about earlier with if we want to do something 1 year from reserves, that's fine. But if you want to continue it, it's better to do it from taxation. A couple days ago, the deputy mayor proposed using, or we all agreed to use reserves to fund grooming of the trail. And presumably that's going to be something that we want to continue doing into the future. Now, knowing that there is a fund with $150,000 in it specifically for the Georgian Trail, I'm just thinking to myself, at about 6%, that's $9,000, which would cover the same amount of grooming costs. So if that's something we want to carry into the future, it might be better to just leave that fund we didn't know about alone and then use that to fund grooming into the future. Doesn't exactly help with the bridge, but it might still allow us to do that.
We can go back to the 1.5% next year. What's the term? I'm forgetting it, but
Preservation
the
model.
preservation model. Thank you. And we can go back to that next year. It just in order to make any headway in getting the budget below 5%, it was necessary to make some difficult decisions. And I think that for this year, they're the right ones. But there's nothing to stop us from also adapting that. You might want to come back and do 1.5% for bridges next year to make accommodate that situation. I'm just saying, I think, and I will say this too, that a lot of those who helped build the budget know that a lot of my decision-making was based on not hobbling our next council. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, on earlier in the week, we had the refreshing discussion about the philosophy of whether or not when we look at bridges in our infrastructure, in our inventory of bridges, we may get to a point where the discussion to potentially close bridges may be back on the table, which ultimately could dramatically impact what we are doing with bridges in the future, which quite frankly would then change the funding model for bridges potentially. Not saying we're going to close bridges, but I think there's a lot to digest, and I think there's a lot, that whole philosophy will require us to look at what the financial planning is for bridges, understanding that, staff seem to get the flavor that it's not save every bridge at all costs, that we may be actually looking at either downloading bridges or removing some bridges where it seems that the return on investment doesn't make sense to put the dollars into what some of our projections have already been. So I think there's a lot to consider when we talk about reserves for bridges.
And there's also the, you know, the, I don't know what to call it, the point of diminishing returns that our guest speaker referred to. There may come a day, and not that far down the road, when, you know, we will, the taxpayers will not be able to afford our increases. I mean, it's, she talked about sustainability, and it's a fact. And I know that sustainability is something we talk about all the time in connection with our assets, but at the end of the day, we can also bankrupt our ratepayers, and that's, you know, something we have to be cognizant of. So are we going to vote on this motion and taking Director Tory's, you know, message to us? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, sorry.
My apologies. I just wondered if council would benefit from you reading the motion out just before the vote
Yes,
is had,
that's a
so that
good
we can be
idea.
clear on where we're at.
And we need to get that, Holly, if you could put that on the screen. Thank you.
That will take. My apologies, Your Worship. I was just going to read it out. It's a different process if we're going to put it up on the screen, so we can just get that done. It'll just take an extra minute. But in the meantime, I will read it out, and Holly can prepare it up on the screen in a second.
Please speak right into the microphone too on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So that Council of the Municipality of Meaford amend the 2026 mayor's budget to fund $91,500 of engineering costs for TS 2026-01-BR 129 replacement from the Georgian Trail Reserve Fund. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Bell.
Any last questions, Councillor Greenfield?
Through you to, I guess, our treasurer. I'll vote in favor of this, but this is going to take quite a chunk out of our Georgian Trail reserves, and does anyone on staff know what kind of future investments, other than this huge bridge, are going to be in the Georgian Trail? Like, by depleting those reserves today, are we going to jeopardize any future projects, or are there any future projects? That's my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Greenfield. So there are quite a few projects that are going to have to, over the course of the next 20 years and ongoing, take place on the Georgian Trail. Everything from daylighting of the intersections to getting the travel portion back to its required width. There are a number of smaller bridges and culverts that are along there as well. But at some point, the Georgian Trail, similar to the other two municipalities, Georgian Trail gets absorbed into the Parks and Trails budget. So when we look at these bridges, like there's some philosophy discussion that we have to have about, is this a bridge that falls within infrastructure and public works, or is this a bridge that falls within Parks and Trails? Because it is very singularly used for Parks and Trails, but there's resurfacing. There's a lot of things that, you know, need to be addressed on the Georgian Trail. I just look at these reserves were not, like, the municipality received these reserves a number of years ago, and have not been using them. So this to me is a project that we need to get looked at. I'll say, other than the resurfacing of the Georgian Trail, this is the singular largest project on the Georgian Trail for a structure. So getting this work done under the Georgian Trail mandate, I think is very, very fitting. But then also looking at in the longer scheme, like incorporating the actual operational costs of the Georgian Trail, because it's not something that you can just, have the benefit of looking at from a distance. There is a liability to that trail. There is a high level of maintenance that is required to that Georgian Trail. The daylighting of the intersections is something that really needs to get focused on. Where I would like to see it is within Parks and Trails, there is a line under the Parks and Trails budget that is specific to the Georgian Trail, however, wrapped into the Parks and Trails. So that way you can actually see what that facility is costing. And then it can be, similarly attached to, I think ours is 11 kilometers. I think TBM is 23 kilometers, and I think Collingwood is 7 kilometers of trails. So getting a consistent standard across was always the intention. When the Georgian Trail Board of Management was dissolved, the intention was that there was a consistent level of standard across the 3 municipalities. That's the only way they agreed to disband. We need to get back to that model because I would say that the standard is different. I'm glad Councillor Ennis mentioned the grooming. I did get an email that 10,000, just while we're talking about it, realistically, I think the 10 should probably be about 22. Just for the standpoint that for TBM or the Blue Mountains, it's a bit problematic that they would have to go leave the 113 operations building, go up the 10th to Meaford, and then have to backtrack all the way back to TBM to go to Collingwood. So probably not as feasible, but I did have the benefit of looking at some grooming equipment, and I would say between the grooming equipment and the staff time, I think on an annual basis, the first year I think would be about 22, and that would include the equipment, but then you would require the staffing to do it. So that's hot off the press. So I just I didn't want the public to think we were doing the Georgian Trail at 10,000 when that 10,000 would not be enough money to actually do the grooming for 26, 27.
There is perhaps some money we should, and I forget where we took that. I don't think it went on the tax levy at all, so.
The one piece from the capital perspective, you could use, you could even use the money that we got from the Georgian Cycle and Ski Association to purchase the equipment potentially. But that would need a little bit more consideration of what that would look like. But there are some funding opportunities there. So then that way year 2 would ultimately just get rolled into the operations budget.
I'm going to call the vote, and I just want to say that this is really, it may not be perfect, but it is an opportunity to, make a bit of a difference on this tax rate. And I don't know if anybody has calculated that yet, but I don't need to know until after we voted here. So I'm going to call a question. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let's tidy up the grooming since we've just heard from our CAO that we're going to need an additional $12,000. So, and I'll look to you, Sean. Are you suggesting then that we agree to the 10,000 from the parks? So are you suggesting we leave that, or that we take the full amount of the grooming equipment from the reserve that you just suggested was allotted to us? Just how do you want to structure that amendment to the original motion?
So I think the original, through Mr. Mayor, I think the original consideration was the $10,000 was actually going to be more of cost to an agreement with TBM to do the work. So I think 10,000 is essentially that's staffing. I think the additional 12, and I'll look to our treasurer, the additional 12 in equipment, to me, is a good fit for one of those two reserves because it's capital. That's not the operational component. So, which again would not, you'd be using money that the taxpayer didn't fund, but specific to the Georgian Trail use.
Mr. Mayor, so thank you very much, Mr. CAO. So may we ask Margaret then to put language together for that motion, then the $12,000 to come from either reserve, whichever the CAO prefers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Will be just a minute, but I think that along the lines of that Council of the Municipality of Meaford amend the 2026 mayor's budget to fund $12,000 for Georgian Trail grooming equipment from the Georgian Trail Reserve Fund is what I would suggest, if that is the spirit of the discussion.
Seconder? Councillor Urick, actually. Okay. So if we can take this amendment down, I don't want to confuse people. We've already voted on that one. Right?
Oh,
No. Thank you.
you're right, Councillor Urick.
And seconded by, it was Councillor Greenfield? No, so it was Councillor Urick, okay. So there is the amendment. Any discussion, questions? Again, this is something that, I think we've been falling well behind on, and as a four-season tourist area, we should be doing this, and it will bring benefits. So I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Ennis.
Just ask through you, Mr. Mayor. That grooming equipment, is it useful in any other way? Is there any other things that we have going on?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think it could be. I think I'll be the first one to say I think Memorial Park in the winter is just an untouched jewel. So it is equipment that you can go from facility to facility. It does lift. It has wheels, so it does have a range of different activities, and it, even from the perspective, I think there's an opportunity even with the Blue Water District School Board that adding the 11 kilometers, they may actually be able to attract some cross-country ski events through the school board by having the Georgian Trail groomed, which again, with such a great asset that we have here with the high school, it may be something that the board will obviously track and potentially have some sponsorship opportunities.
Go ahead, Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I apologize if I missed this, but with these funds that we're using from the Georgian Trail Reserve Fund, what's the balance of that fund after these monies have been removed, please?
Approximately $40,000.
And may I ask, Treasurer, if we have a sort of a percent increase that we stand at following these amendments?
sorry. We're down to 3.35%.
Sorry,
3.35% tax levy increase,
3.25%.
35.
3.35. Sorry, thank you. Is that the blended rate, or is that's just us? Can we calculate the blended rate? And take your time. It doesn't have to be yesterday. Meanwhile, we should all be thinking about whether we have something more to contribute here in terms of ideas and suggestions.
Interestingly enough, the question that you asked earlier this morning about why the rate was lower, it is now 3.4 blended.
Well, it's a moving target, isn't it? I don't understand it. We're talking about how when the rate becomes blended with the county rate, and honestly, it's going up, down, and sideways. So I don't know how that works. So does someone else have something here? I think I've heard of the odd idea or two yet. So, Brandon, do you have anything to ask about or recommend at this point? You don't? Oh, well, the thing is, there is no ever after with this. It's it's today that we have to nail this down. CAO Everett, you have been a font of wisdom throughout. And I just wonder if you have any other thoughts on how we might just, we're certainly going in the right direction here.
The thought of wisdom's got to be the glasses. The one thing I would suggest, and we just witnessed it, the reality is to our taxpayers, I think we're at that threshold, and I've never seen it before, where if we reduce our own local levy, the blended's going to keep on going up, I think. So with ours to a point where we've hit that threshold, and I totally support where you think we can cut and you would like to see cuts, completely supportive of that. I also think that the purpose of the exercise to benefit the taxpayer of getting their taxes lower, it really doesn't, at this point, we can lower ours, but theirs is probably going to go up. The blended's going to go up. So it's, in my entire time in Municipal Bowl, I've never seen this happen. But I've never seen a strong mayor's budget either. So, but yeah, I just put it out there that we want to be cautious with that.
It's disappointing to hear that. Sorry.
I would just like to ensure, though, I'm just calculating this on the fly, so there are just estimates, and we would still want to go back and make sure we finalize everything.
I'm not seeing a lot of appetite for more discussion. If I don't know if you can bring this up, whether it's in, I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it's gone, but next steps. So next steps are, well, there are some suggestions. And I think if I understand it, if there are no further amendments, we would be done today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just again, thinking from a process perspective, we are at 12:30. It might benefit members of council if we recess for lunch. And as long as we're not talking amongst about each other, it may give you an opportunity just to take, half an hour, 45 minutes to digest everything that we've had today, and then come back after lunch and be that sort of final opportunity to bring anything forward. Maybe an opportunity if we can just double check the blended as well. But just a suggestion, just for the purposes of everybody being fresh for the final decision.
So could we reconvene? It's almost 12:30, reconvene at 1:15. Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a silly question. So that 4.35 to 3.5 ended up going up with the blend. I know, but is there a magic number in there where that blended? Like, did we already cross that threshold? If we hadn't taken off the 190, are we actually shooting ourselves in the foot?
I think we have to look at it differently. So we're going to collect $90,000 annually. And the county is still going to remain at the $54,000 annually. And the other component to the blended rate is the education, which didn't change at all. So you could go to a zero budget and like your own, but I'm not sure you want to do that because I think you'd be setting yourself up for something next year that's not going to be pretty.
No, we don't, that's totally not where we want to go. I'm just thinking, well, we just dropped that down. Should we be actually making it a little bit less if we wanted that blending not to keep coming up? There's got to be a magic number in there somewhere where we're probably not hitting. That's the only thing I'm asking is whether there is a way of lowering that blended by reducing what we've just tried to take off. What's the magic number?
So if we thought about the $91,000 that we took away, and I add that back in, the estimated blended then becomes 3.6. So that's the one I would look at if on all honesty of everything, it would be because we are reducing our bridge contributions or our bridge expenses and not increasing the reserve and not keeping that expense level high enough, that would be the one I would look at.
You would go back. You would, yeah, the hour that we spent on this last amendment, you would just say, doesn't work.
The $91,000, I'm not sure you're reducing the tax levy, but I'm not sure that you're setting yourself up next year because when you try and raise money for bridges next year, are you going to have to increase your levy more next year because you've shortchanged yourself this
And
year?
I think Tori wrote that script. She's already told us that, so. Okay, well, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to necessarily make our treasurer work over her lunch, but the other day, we talked about a $20 million budget and we talked about 100+ staff. And I said back then that that's not our total budget. So we've got our user fees today, which is a major portion of extra. Maybe after lunch, if we could have a number, because it's going to be around a $30 million, my estimate, budget with 100+ employees. So the corporation is a much larger number than the 20 million. Or maybe that number is available now, but after lunch, if we could hear that, what we're really working with. Thank you.
Okay, then I'm gonna call an adjournment till 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, 1:15. Does that work? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. This is day 3 of the municipality of Meaford's budget deliberations. And we've just had a little time at lunch and are going to wrap up shortly. So I want to, first of all, open it to the floor. If there's any further discussion you wish, let's have it now. Or any questions? Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I do have a question. And again, I want to congratulate you on bringing us through this budget process. It's really been interesting, and I think it's gone very smoothly. And I'm really grateful to staff. I feel this has been such a collaborative effort that all of us are working together to do the very best we can for the residents of our community. I did have a question, though, that I want to direct to our CAO. In reference to the presentation this morning from our library CAO and the chair of our library board, may I ask you, CAO Everett, to share with council some additional details regarding the process for the preparation of that library budget and council's ability to have input or impact on that budget as it was presented to us? I mean, we've talked through really every other department's requests, and but we didn't really talk very much about the library. And I'm just curious. I mean, all departments provide services to the residents of the municipality, and the library provides a very large service, and we heard reference to it being a community hub, which it is. So I just will turn it over to you, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, to share with us in a little bit more detail that process with the library.
Through Mayor, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So with libraries, the municipality has a couple of options through the Municipal Act and through the Public Libraries Act, where a municipality can set the management of the library either by the municipality managing it or setting aside a library board of management. Meaford does have a library board of management, so they develop their budget. The board approves their budget, and then the library board then brings their budget, presents their budget in front of council. The Municipal Act allows for the municipality to, develop their budgets and set spending limits. So the idea that the library comes and presents their approved budget also gives the municipality an opportunity to receive the budget. And they don't necessarily approve the budget from a council perspective, because that's the library board. But the municipality does have the ability to set the spending limit. And that's something that, at this point in the budget process, I would suggest probably wouldn't be the appropriate timing to say to them, okay, we're going to reduce anything. But it is something that, through 2026, I would say the best course of action would be, if council wants to have more details or more information about the library budget, that's something that could be done through the library CAO and myself, and going to the library board. Having a memorandum of understanding with the library and the library board is something that, there's benefit to that, because the library, sometimes people get confused that the library is part of the municipality, but because of the board of management, they are somewhat their own entity, but they do use the services of the overall municipality, everything from IT services, finance, HR. I've seen where MOUs between the municipality and the library, which very clearly state what the responsibility is, and sometimes where the municipality is helping, and then where the library is purely, this is our lane. Sort of similar to what we talked about today, even with the Georgian Trail or Georgian Triangle Humane Society, getting agreements in place that are very, very clear and transparent for the public, because, as council changes, as staff change, having these agreements in place allow for an easy transition from council or staff to understand, okay, here's how things are operated. So, the library, one thing that could be done is, the library's funding model could be set by the municipality to say, we're basing an annual increase, which is based on the cost of living, and say it's 1.3. The library, in fairness to the library board, they would know how to build their budget based on that increase. I've also seen it where the funding limit is based on growth. But having that MOU that very clearly ties it. So if the library needed, and just for easy figuring, $500,000 to operate, and the municipality's funding model through the MOU was, 450, the library, and we heard this a lot with the other departments today, if you needed the extra $50,000, maybe that's something that could be considered through sponsorship. But here's the limit of money that the taxpayers are going to fund to the library. So their presentation was fantastic today, and I'm glad you asked the question, because I know even for us, the CAO for the library, she's very transparent. She's fantastic to work with. But if that's something that council would like to consider pursuing an MOU, it's something definitely in 2026 would be something that I think would be worthwhile. And it doesn't necessarily mean we're limiting funding. Could be that we're providing more funding. But ultimately, council has a very, very clear understanding of what is the funding. Because I think there was a couple of council meetings ago when we were talking about, I think we started with the Meaford Hall, and what's the deficit for the Meaford Hall? And we went through a couple of the facilities, and this one's $600,000 deficit, this one's 400, this one's 300, this one's 900. So getting council to a very clear understanding what these services are actually costing the municipality, I think it's a good process. And something that we'd be happy to pursue if council wished us to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just quickly follow up to thank our CAO for sharing all of that information with us. And I think that's something for us to think about, to consider, and for the next council to also be able to have that information and consider what they might like to engage in going forward. But that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Something I'd like to bring forward before we get too far down the line here too is we've talked about the Georgian Bay Humane Society's capital program, expansion program, and I'm going to suggest that we simply ask staff to bring or to negotiate a new agreement with that organization. And that way we're not committing future budgets to a $10,000 expenditure every year for the next 9 years. So yeah, I think that is maybe, and we will obviously in the agreement, we will be paying, for services, and we'll also be making a contribution to their capital campaign, but it's not one that is going to be necessarily as binding on the future councils as starting a 10-year funding arrangement with them now. So I just wanted to get that cleared up. Are there any other questions, suggestions, anything you want to discuss at this point before we move on? Councillor Yurick.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious with the break, whether we ended up getting final figure, because again, not wanting to keep bringing things down if it's going to bring the blended rate up. So just wondering where we had ended up landing, whether we have an accuracy on that now.
Well, I think I'm going to maybe before we ask for that, just let's go around the table. Is there anything anyone else wishes to raise or suggest or discuss? Councillor Bell?
Mr. Mayor, so the items that are up there, we haven't assigned anything like to climate action. Like they're requesting $5,000 and the Georgian Bay Symphony, like we haven't actually said we're going to do that.
I
Is
know
that
that the
correct?
climate action team is coming to council on Monday, and it's unfortunate sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I do believe that the request on Monday is different than this funding request from the Climate Action Team. My recollection is that on Monday, the request is $500 for a small event. I believe that this is a different Climate
Okay.
Action Team requesting a larger investment, but I could go back and just double check the slides for more information if that would be helpful.
Well, this is the one that's more concerning for sure here, this $5,000. So Deputy Mayor, and did you wish to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the climate action team request of $5,000, and we don't really know, I don't think, do we, Margaret, what that request is for, but I would just like to suggest two things. One, Councillor Bartley did bring forward a motion that placed us in, in a crisis situation with climate action. So I think we all have complete respect for that. But I would also like to suggest that the climate department at Grey County is doing an excellent job. They have a number of staff there and a number of initiatives that they are undertaking that do impact the whole of Grey County. So I do feel personally quite content knowing that group at Grey County really is doing a lot of excellent work in relation to climate action for all of us. And I would look to you, Mr. Mayor, to see if you concur.
I agree they are doing a lot. I don't know what their ask is now. I guess that they spoke to us sometime during the past year. Margaret, can you help us on that?
Certainly, Your Worship. So this group came, the Collingwood Climate Action Team came in September of this past year. So they had a number of slides, about 9 slides, and their ask was to seek equivalent funding to what Collingwood and Town of Blue Mountains had contributed in 2025, commit in the 2026 budget to $5,000 for the program that they are working on as part of the implementation for our climate efforts is what I'm reading from the slide. So the slide did, the presentation did talk about where they have come, where they are going, and the scope, budget, and timeframes of the program that they are working on. I don't know, as not a representative of them, I don't know that I feel comfortable going into too much more, but that would be when they came September of this year with that request to council.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. This pertains to another item, and I don't know if I have been the only council member who has been approached by the Meaford Farmers Market people. I have had 2 or 3 emails from the farmers market people requesting additional lighting in the pavilion, the harbor pavilion. They have concerns that certainly when the screens are drawn on the west side, but even on a dull or rainy day, it's dull inside the pavilion, and they requested some additional lighting. There was a number thrown out of an additional $3,500, and I discussed briefly with Mr. Burgess about this. As I say, I don't know if anybody else has been approached.
I have.
My way of thinking, the farmers market should be coming to council, or should have come to council and made this request as a group. But as I say, I don't know if any of my fellow council members have been in contact with them.
I've also had discussion with Mr. Burgess, and I think that it's not really, it might simply be a matter of something is done as part of normal operations. I think that the lighting has been there probably from day one, and it's not very effective, as we know. At any rate, I'm quite sure we're likely going to be able to satisfy them without changing the budget. Go ahead, Tori.
Through your worship, just to make it clear, that lighting isn't in the current operating budget. And so from our review and me working with Mr. Burgess, an additional 3,500 would need to be added on top of our existing budget to accommodate the lighting. It is within our facility, so slightly different than some of these asks where they're asking for tax dollars to be used towards things that aren't specifically municipal infrastructure. Obviously, at this point, it hadn't been identified through our own operations that there was a problem, but if users are seeing it, we're happy for that to be added and that work to be done now versus when it would be proposed in the future.
Can I ask if there's any possibility that would fit into a reserve fund?
When I reviewed the expenses for last year, it looks like there's a bit of maintenance from last year that hasn't been used. So it's going to end up in a reserve anyway. So I think we can figure it out throughout the year and not add an increase to the tax levy.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased to hear that from Val. And I just wanted to add, I hadn't necessarily had conversation with the farmers market, but I know from the Friends of the Library concerts that happen over the summer on Sunday evenings, that it's often quite dark by the time that people are, folding up their chairs and getting ready to head home. And that group has also mentioned lighting as an issue. So I think this would be well appreciated.
Okay. And was there anything else on that chart that we have missed that satisfies that? We can move on. Okay. Are there any other comments or suggestions you want to make? If not, I want to thank staff, particularly the people around the horseshoe, and I'm going to get a memo this afternoon to all the people who were involved in helping me a quantum leap to somebody who failed math from kindergarten to grade 13. And so it's most unusual that I would bring forward a budget. But anyway, without their help, it would not have been possible. And I also want to thank council for the collaborative way in which we have forged this budget. I really appreciate your support, and I think that I believe the budget where we have it now, and I'll come back to Treasurer Manning to tell us exactly where we are. But I feel that we are going in the right direction. I'm going to say this, some people will not agree with me, but it is my opinion that Meaford is growing. It's growing fast, and we need to grow in order to actually make Meaford more affordable. I think that we need more people using our water, more people using our sewage system, and they will come with the subdivisions that are coming. And honestly, it's unstoppable. And in the event that the pump storage project should move forward, why Meaford will definitely be growing by leaps and bounds. So even though I know that we're adding to staff and we're adding to our capital budget, this is really the continuation of what's been going on in the 8 years that I've been on council, and that is that we are building for the future, and I think the future is going to be one of great prosperity. But we won't achieve that by reducing staff or reducing services. And I want to stress that every dollar in this budget actually provides services to our ratepayers, and I really believe that we have cut nothing and we've improved others. So with that said, I am not going to propose any vetoes to the amendments that have been made today. And Margaret, I wondered if you would just refresh our memory on the actual amendments that have been made to the budget at this point.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll just go through each of the amendments and if it's helpful to just kind of indicate where the dollar amount is from. So Amendment 1, additional ditching in 2026, which was $250,000 from the Roads Reserve. Amendment 2, docks on ice event for medical students, $20,000 from the Economic Development Reserve. Amendment 3, winter grooming on the Georgian Trail, $10,000 from the other parks reserve. Flowers and flower boxes in Leith and Annan, $10,000 from the other parks reserve. Amendment 5, Lakeview Cemetery signage, $5,000 from the cemetery reserve. Amendment 6, Leith Beach upgrades, $50,000 from development charges with any balance remaining from the general infrastructure reserve. And I would ask that if finance has any corrections, then I welcome them. And then Amendment 7, to remove the IT vehicle request, which is a decrease of $13,500 from the tax levy. Amendment 8 is the tractor sale revenue supporting winter control reserve, which is a negative $100,000 tax levy. And then we had one withdrawn, and Amendment 9, engineering costs for the replacement of the Georgian Trail reserve, the Georgian Trail Bridge. So that was Amendment 9, engineering costs, TS 2026-01 BR 129 replacement, which was an impact of $91,500 from the tax levy. And then Amendment 10, the Georgian Trail grooming, which was $12,000 from reserves. I'll also note we had some resolutions that were passed that we don't consider amendments because they aren't impacting the mayor's budget. So that would include funding for the Grey County Farm Safety Association. The resolution allocated $1,500, which was already within the 2026 mayor's budget towards a specific cause. So we don't treat that as an amendment. Direction to staff to report back on downtown cameras, and direction to staff to report back on signage for the municipality's boundary roads. So, and then
I just want to correct one number.
Yeah.
13,600 for the IT vehicle, not 500.
and that's the entirety.
Thank you very much, Margaret. And so, you have a question now? Okay.
Sorry, maybe I'm just the only one lost here, or missing this. For the bridge engineering, so on Amendment 9, we still have approximately 90,000 coming from the tax levy, and then the other 90,000 that we've discussed is coming from the reserve. So it's still a total. The total in the end is the same. Okay.
Okay. So I wonder now, Treasurer Manning, if I could ask you for what you think we are at with our tax levy increase.
Our current tax levy increase is 3.35%, with the blended at 3.4%.
Okay. And I just reiterate, if anybody missed this, that it seems that the more we bring, at this point, the more we bring down our own tax rate increase, the more we will increase, or the likelihood was that the blended rate will increase and surpass what we had done. So at any rate, so I'm just going to tell you that this is, I'll be signing this shortly. I, Ross Kantner, Mayor of the Municipality of Meaford, in accordance with Section 284-16(4) of the Municipal Act and Section 7.7 of the Ontario Regulation 530/22, hereby shorten the 10-day mayoral veto period for the 2026 budget to 0 days, effectively waiving the mayoral veto period. So what I'm telling you is we are finished with the budget, and I again express my sincere appreciation to everyone around this horseshoe and all the people back at 21 and 15 Trowbridge Streets who contributed immensely to the success of this endeavor and their work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very kindly. And with that, I cannot adjourn the meeting until I read this confirming bylaw. recommendation, be it resolved that bylaw 2026-14 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ennis and Councillor Greenfield. Thank you very much. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And I can now declare our 3 days of budget discussions adjourned.